What's good, gang? What's good, gang? What's good, gang? You already know what it is. It is your boy Tommy, aka Mr. Trip for You, aka Mr. Trippin' on Wealth himself, aka Mr. Right Shot. And we are live, guys. We are live. We are live on Facebook. We are live on Instagram. We are live on Twitch, and we are live on YouTube. And it's really a podcast, though. I got my boy Reese in the building, and we also have a special guest in the building with us as well. My boy AJ will be joining us for this topic of discussion today. Elephant in the room. Yesterday, we had this conversation about Charlie Kirk and, religious views and everything like that. And I'm not going to lie to y'all. I was in a lot of pain yesterday, and I thought that I could, manage the pain.
Oh, you can lie to him, Tommy.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell the truth. I was very high. I took a muscle relaxer. I took a gummy to help kind of numb the pain as I was sitting in this chair, because I did a wedding and a kensei the day before, and my back was just on fire from handling the gimbal all day long, and I was just in a lot of pain. And so I became very incoherent yesterday. I was not making any sense. It was hard for me to formulate a sentence and stay on topic. My brain was just all over the place. And so I want to just first start by saying I apologize. That was not the performance or the conversation that I wanted to give to you guys. But today I am fully sober and I am ready to actually engage and have a intellectual conversation, because I can't tell y'all, I don't know what yesterday was. It was something. So we are here though, man.
I mean, to
we
be
are
fair,
here.
I think I was really monopolizing a lot of the conversation.
I don't think that was a bad thing. I think again, it's my responsibility as the host to keep the conversation somewhat on track and kind of bring it back to a place to where everybody's point is being kind of explored. And I just don't think I was able to do that yesterday. I think I was just literally all over the place, and it was not a good conversation. And so we're gonna correct that today. I'm sending out the link right now while we got this timer up. So I'm gonna send out the link to everybody who watched yesterday, and we're gonna go from there, man. Well, hopefully we have a much better conversation. So for anybody who's joining right now, we encourage you to join the conversation. We encourage you to get engaged, be in the chat like yesterday. Love to hear from each and every one of you about how you guys feel about what we're talking about today. But it's going to be a much better conversation. So welcome to It's Really a Podcast, though. That's really all I got to say about that. You know what I mean? So, see here.
So I don't know who's next.
No, you're good. What I'm actually doing right now, so you can't see what's happening, but I'm sending out the link right now to everyone who was in here yesterday. That way we can try to get the conversation back going in the right direction.
No,
Give me
you're
1
good.
second. 1 second. I want to make sure that I can share this thing. Copy link. Boom. Who was in here yesterday? That way we can try to get the... wait a minute. No, we don't need that. Okay. All right, so we got about 6 minutes on the timer as I send this link out to everyone. Reese, I'm going to send this link out to you too, so if you want to share with anybody, you can as well. And AJ, I'm going to do the same for you. I'm going to put the link in here for you as well, brother.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we got about 5 minutes on the timer. Just to help with the time, because I don't want this whole part to be just silent, because I feel like we're literally just waiting. What can I play? How about we start with a Charlie Kirk clip, because that's where we're going to start anyway. So I'm going to play a clip for us to listen to. Hopefully in this 5 minutes.
Wait, we should play the best of the previous stream. Play the crash out.
What happened yesterday? It was terrible.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, go for it.
I mean, I can. It was horrible though. It was so bad that I literally made it private.
Well, the problem is you announced that you were cooking, and then you proceeded to not cook.
Yeah, that's where the issue was. I was so confident too, because I was like, oh, I love this. I love what's being said. I'm about to cook. And then I had all my thoughts, and then I started speaking, and things just started leaving me, and I'm like, oh no, this is not going the way that I thought it was going to go. This is not good.
He's joking now. Everybody's joking now.
Let's see. I'm gonna pull up yesterday's show, because it was kind of funny, man. Let's see, live. Here we go.
Hey Tommy, what's your YouTube channel?
This one's It's Really a Podcast though.
Man, I just looked that up and I couldn't find it.
When you type it in, you have to type in.
But that's not done. I'm only on the first one.
You have to type in channel, for the filter, and then it'll pop up the channel, because we don't have a lot of content on there.
Okay.
Reese, I'm gonna fast forward.
Voice was that?
I'm gonna fast forward, Reese, to when you got off, and this is the tail end of you getting off, so you can kind of hear that.
Very well.
Grieve that decision, that he was disappointed in the creation, not because he didn't see it coming, but because it came to fruition. God is all knowing. It would make no sense that he would not know what happened or what would happen. In the same way that he knows what happened to Charlie Kirk. He knew what would happen tomorrow. He knew what would happen yesterday.
That's fine, but that's not the only time in the Old Testament that God is surprised by something.
And again, the word surprise. I want to make sure that we're understanding the use of these terms while we're reading. But give me another example.
He came to Adam and Eve and he said, "Why are you hiding from me?" And people like to say, "Well, that's because he was asking them like a parent would ask a child who the parent already knows what they did wrong, but he's just
He goes on to say, did you eat something you weren't supposed to?
It doesn't add up, because it also says that God walked with Adam in the garden. God walked with Noah. God had a physical body.
This is not the most
And then,
coherent
for some
argument.
reason, when it came down to Moses, he had to hide his face. Now he's thunder. Now he's a burning bush. And ever since then, God doesn't walk with you. God doesn't forget things. He's not surprised by anything. Now he's all knowing. Now he's everywhere.
Well, that's because when he created the Garden of Eden, he created the Promised Land, and he was walking Adam through the Promised Land, and he showed him the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and he showed him the tree of life, and he said, you can eat of any of the fruit here except for the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And then Adam wanted a partner, so God gave him a woman, Eve, and then the serpent led Eve to eat the apple, and then Eve was the one who presented the apple to Adam and convinced him to eat it, which led to the consciousness of humanity. That's when people realized that they were ashamed of their nakedness, and that's why he hid behind the bush when God asked him, why are you hiding?
Right. I mean, yeah, sure. And then, but then God also walked with Noah, not in the Garden of Eden.
Reese.
All I'm saying.
Okay. The conversation we try to piggyback off of that, but we're gonna jump right into this thing, man. Welcome to It's Really a Podcast. Though, like I said, we're picking up where we left off yesterday in our conversation around Charlie Kirk, our conversation around country versus religion and the MAGA movement and how we feel about that. And so we're gonna start this conversation off with Charlie Kirk. So one thing I do want to reiterate and make sure that it is clear that as a human being, I do not agree with the way Charlie Kirk lost his life. I think that was a senseless act of violence, and it did not need to happen. And so I do want people to understand clearly how I feel about that. I don't care what his stance was. I don't care that I disagree with him. I don't care that we didn't see eye to eye. At the end of the day, it was a human life that was taken. It is a wife that has to continue life with this horrible memory of her husband, and his kids now have to grow up without a father, and that absence is devastating. And you know, legacy and all of that really means something here, and we can talk about, you know, how each side has been reacting, and what that legacy maybe looks like for him in the future. But at the end of the day, it was a loss of life, and it was a family member, it was a brother, it was a father, it was a husband, it was, you know, a son that was taken from this earth in the most inhumane way. And so we do want to make sure we do give our condolences out to Charlie Kirk and his family as they continue to, you know, get through this. I mean, it literally just happened last week, so there's a lot of healing that's going to need to be done. And so we do send our best wishes and prayers out to him and his family as they, you know, transition life without him going forward. So just wanted to make that apparently clear, just in case it was not clear yesterday, about how I genuinely feel about that. Freedom of speech. There's an attack. There's a war going on around it. And so we can get into, again, how we all feel about Charlie Kirk. Personally, like I said, I don't agree with a lot of his rhetoric, mostly because even the things that we can talk about and go watch full extensive clips on what his actual message was, I think a lot of it just goes to tone. And it's not about what you say, but it's how you say it to people. And it's one thing to be debating people and really try to express your point of view. But I also feel like Charlie Kirk was the type of person that he could make a lot of sense, but also he really believed in what he believed in so much that it was hard to change his mind, right? And when you have a debate about anything, you have to be open to conceding to, hey, okay, maybe you're right. And I just think when it comes to debates, people don't want to give up their space in being wrong. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to be like, you know what? All right, maybe you're right. This, what I'm saying is wrong. And I say that because I've seen him debate like Parker, and they had that back and forth. And, you know, you look at Parker and you're like, okay, what Parker is saying makes a lot of sense. And then Charlie would duck or dodge the question with another question, wouldn't answer certain questions. Or I've seen him debate other college students. You know, there was one I saw, it was done, I believe, in the UK. And literally he just told the guy, like, well, guess what? I still don't believe you. I still think you're wrong. And it's like, well, here's the facts. I just presented you with the facts, and you're still saying I'm wrong. You know what I mean? So that's how I feel about Charlie Kirk. I don't think that he's a racist. I don't think that like that's truly who he is, and the people who paint him that way, I can understand that argument. Like, that's not who he is, because I do see a lot of clips that can dispel that. Okay, he's a true racist. At the same time, again, it's not about what you say, it's how you say it. And the things that he would say, there could be a lot of people that do believe in racism, that do believe in white America, that do believe in, you know, Christianity to the point to where it's their way or the highway. And when you have a large following like that too, you're kind of guilty by association, like we were saying yesterday. What do you think?
So, I mean, overall, I don't have a problem with what you just said. I mean, number one, you have the right to your own opinion. So, there's no reason for me to come on here and try to get angry with you or anything. I think you have a very reasonable opinion. And I've said from the outset of this that, you don't have to like Charlie Kirk. You don't have to like what he said. My only issue that I've had with people is just simply, like you said, like people trying to paint him as a racist, people trying to like take his words completely out of context. Like, for an example, I saw a video the other day where these people were trying to claim that he was calling somebody an Asian slur. And it was during this, he had like an event where there was multiple kind of political commentators at the event, both left leaning and right leaning, and he was having a heated discussion with one of them about who made, like capitalism and like how much money you make and how much you should be taxed and all this stuff. And this guy who is a left-leaning political commentator, his name is Cenk Uygur. And I don't know if you guys may have heard that name before or what.
He's from the Young Turks, right?
Right. And he stands up and he's like, I live like a capitalist every day, Cenk. And like people clipped that out and they were like, look, he's calling this guy this Asian slur. And it's like, no, his name is literally Cenk Uygur.
Yeah.
Mm. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate because, again, media does help create these narratives and help shift people into believing certain things that are just, not true, and it's hard.
Yeah. Propaganda has kind of turned into a series of, an endless stream of like 30-second clips.
Mm-hmm.
10-second clips. That's all you need. You have no context. They just show you the most convenient part of it to make you think a certain thing. And then you scroll and you see the next one and the next one and the next one, and it starts to reprogram the way you think. It really does.
Who's worse about that? Is it right-wing media that's worse about posting the worst clips, or is it left-wing media, or is it just media in general?
It's not. I don't think it's done by the establishment. Like, I think they're all independent content creators that are doing this, and they have their own reasons. But it's very much, the ones that I've seen have been very like alt-right and coming from these like scummy websites that people chat on, like 4chan and stuff like that. So I think that it's definitely outside of the American idea of left and right, right? Like it's alt-right, or I guess I haven't seen any left-leaning ones, but I'm sure they're out there.
Yeah. And that's why I asked that question, because I feel like the worst things, or the party that tries to paint another party like the worst, would be right-wing media. And that's my opinion, because I know that they each tear each other down.
Yeah.
But man, there's no chill when it comes to the right. Like, there's no chill.
Well, okay, the left. I mean, I'm not sure. I've never really thought about it in those terms, but the left, don't they call Trump Hitler? And they say that, he wants people to starve to death or something.
It's weird because in
Like,
my
at this
opinion,
point, the
I
left
feel like
is
the left does
attacking him
things
by
on
saying-
purpose in order to combat how Trump talks, right? And so they're trying to fight
We've
fire with
we've
fire.
never, yeah. Well, we've never had a president who has been accused of the stuff that Trump has been accused of.
Well, Trump
who
himself,
is
like
still
literally
an acting
yesterday,
president. Like,
yesterday at Charlie Kirk's funeral, Trump himself even said, like, hey, he pretty much just made it clear, like, Charlie was the type of person that believed in debate and believed in, you know, civil debate and did not, like, persecute his opposing opponents. You know what I mean? Like, people of the opposition of him, like, he didn't, like, persecute them. And Trump said himself, like, that's not me. I hate all my political opponents. You know,
I mean, he called them dogs.
like, he's basically just said, I don't care. Like, that's not how I roll. These people are my enemy. And I think that's the worst rhetoric that you can have as a president, because you are the president of the United States, not the president of the right party or the MAGA party. Like, you represent all people. And so just because people disagree with you and they don't see things the way that you see it, does not make these people any less than in your eyes as the president of the United States. Like, you can't treat one half of the country like lunatics and their dogs and their rapists and their murderers and their this and their that, whatever it is that he can come up with. You can't treat these people and alienate these people in that way, because you are setting the tone for America. The president sets the tone for America. You want to lead by example. You have to lead by example.
To be fair, though, that kind of vitriol was what got him elected in the first place. You know, because all I heard when he was first running, and he had such momentum from very early on. He took the lead, and it seemed like the whole time leading up to the election, he was just always on top. And it got to the point where everyone got on the bandwagon, and they liked how abrasive he was. Mm-hmm. They liked because they felt like he's saying it how it is, and we haven't had anyone like that before. So that's what got him elected in the first place. And now that it's his second term and he knows he's not coming back, he doesn't have to win a re-election. He's just saying whatever the hell he really feels, right?
Again, just because you won that way doesn't mean you stay that way, right? And I mean, that's the tell of time, right? Every politician plays a role to get elected into their office, and then they do, you know, they change up, they switch up. And this is, it's not a role. This is just how Donald Trump is.
That Donald Trump always doubles down on everything. I don't think he ever takes a step back and thinks, okay, that was a bad idea, let's try something else. He always doubles down.
Well, my question would be, how do you trust a president that doesn't really govern with the intent of helping all Americans? Like, you know what I mean? And to be honest with you, it doesn't even feel like he's really on the side of helping his direct constituents. His direct constituents are the ones that are rich and wealthy, because so many people in MAGA country are getting messed over right now with a lot of these policies.
That question has been asked to Trump supporters, and if you're a Trump fan, then you think the question is wrong. Like, he's not. He is helping everyone in the country, and the people who say he's not are just wrong. You know, they're just leftists.
I'm telling you, I've been saying this for years. If Democrats would lighten up a little bit on some of their rhetoric involving, like, guns, involving, like, just some of the stuff that they say that they know gets maybe their political base kind of fired up. However, it obviously turns off the other side. I've been saying it for years. If they would do that, they would win back the moderate vote. And I think that's what pushes, like, that's what got Trump elected, in my opinion, is the moderate vote swung towards the right.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that Democrats have got to work on if they want to win. Because I'm going to tell you, it doesn't look very good for them. And I say them, like, I don't consider myself a Republican or a Democrat. But, like, so when I say them, it's just kind of a way to say it. But it doesn't look good for them in 2028 because they don't have anybody that they plan to run that is like even remotely like moderate.
Well, think about it. The last person they had was Joe Biden. I mean, they are completely out.
Why do people feel that way, though? Because I feel like there are really good Democratic candidates that could be the next leader of the party. And with that being said, I mean, do we feel like, with this tell-all book coming out from Kamala Harris, is this her way of distancing herself from the Biden-Harris regime and like stepping out and creating her own narrative as her next run? Do you think that she's possibly going to run in 2028 to be president again? And
I think where Kamala Harris screwed up, and I think it was like this one moment. And it's crazy to think that a presidential race might come down to one moment, but there was this one moment where she was specifically asked, would you do anything different from the current Biden policies? And she said no. And I think as soon as people heard that, whether you think it's fair or not, they were already blaming the Biden administration for, the way the economy was going, when we left Afghanistan, just Russia and Ukraine, just all these different things. I think most of the country was in agreement that, like, we don't want to do this. And then when she was like, nope, I would continue everything we're doing currently, everybody was like, whoa, yeah, I don't think I can do that.
Let me ask you this question.
She couldn't even drum up a lie.
Yeah.
Like, she just said the worst
let me ask you
possible
this
thing
question.
because it was true, right?
And then we can get back to Charlie. But as it stands, I think that we all understand that every presidential run, their 10 years, their 4 years, their 8 years, whatever, however many they do, a lot of those policies are set. They transition and they take effect really during the next president who takes the office, right? And so one could argue that a lot of the issues and problems that we had really came from Biden trying to overturn a lot of the things that Trump was doing. And I would argue that it's going to be the same thing. Like, a lot of these executive orders that are coming out and all these policies and changes and things that Donald Trump has implemented, it's going to be a lot of work for the next president to come in and try to undo these things that may have caused an issue, right? And so you can say, well, the economy was great underneath Trump, but how much of that was because of all the policies and things that President Obama did before he left office that actually benefited the country? And then Trump just came in and took credit for a lot of those things. Like, hey, we did this. You know what I mean? And then you see Biden taking over after Trump, and you see we go into this tailspin, and we're having all this negativity and people.
Well, and I think Biden took a real beating on COVID. I think a lot of the economy, at least on the economy side of it, I don't think it was all Biden's fault or Biden's policies. There was some policies that I didn't agree with, like shutting down the pipeline, or sending hundreds of millions of dollars to Ukraine with there's really no accountability for that money, where it went, how it's being spent. Which, and I know there people will argue, well, okay, but a lot of that money wasn't really money. It was mostly like supplies or military equipment. But still, there needs to be more accountability for that. When you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money, like you can't just use that willy-nilly and not, and expect everybody to just be like, well, yeah, we got to defeat Russia. Like, I'll be honest, like our generation, I would, I don't know if you guys agree with me or not, but I really don't give a single flying F about Russia. Like, I mean, do I think they're an enemy? Sure. Do I think that they cause problems? Like, do I think that they meddled in our elections? Yes. But I think that like Russia uncontrolled is just going to take over the world? No, they can't even get supplies across their own border. So like the idea that they're going to like come over and take over America, completely out the window to me.
Yeah, I don't know what the real fear is from them. Do you think it has to do with their effect on the entire like geopolitical landscape? Like it could affect the Middle East and affect the oil industry, and I just don't know.
I think in my opinion, what it kind of boils down to is that a lot of the world is scared that like Putin is actually crazy enough to launch some nukes.
Right.
Especially when it was coming out that he possibly had colon cancer and that he was on his deathbed. Everybody was like freaking out, like thinking like, okay, if this guy's dying, like he's gonna take whoever he can with him.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a tough call. I mean, again, I know that America has established itself as one of the world leaders. I mean, we are really the world leader. And I guess when it comes to foreign diplomacy, we have no choice but to be involved in everything that's going on around the world, especially if you want to keep that position as like the number one. Because I was talking to a gentleman.
Maintain the status quo, right?
Yeah, and I was talking to a gentleman the other day, older gentleman, ex-military, long retired, retired 20 years ago. So this is an older gentleman, and even he was saying like there was a point when he was in the military where he would be overseas and people would be happy to see Americans. Like people cared to see Americans. They were, elated because they knew that if we were there to help. And he's like, that's not the same climate anymore. Now people look at Americans and they're like, these people are trash. These people are shit starters. These people aren't good for the world. They don't help. You know what I mean? And it's like, how do we lose that status in the world? Well, I think a lot of it, in my opinion, starts when you have a crazy person in the White House.
I agree with that. I do think that is definitely part of it. I think also it's part of it is this rhetoric that has been reverberating throughout the world that America is so corrupt, America is so this, America is so that. Like I don't want it to get twisted. Like America still gives the most money, like by far. I mean, it's not even close. America still gives the most money to charity. America still gives the most money to helping other countries, getting water, getting food, getting clothes. America is still the world's leader in charity, in helping, in
relief. Yeah.
humanitarian efforts. Yeah. I mean, when the world is going to shit, literally everybody looks at us and says, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
So they can say all this, I hear this all the time, especially from like Europeans, they talk about how crazy our political climate is and they talk about how crazy our guns are and how crazy we are. But then like, as soon as Russia starts knocking on their door a little bit, they're like, oh, please come help us, please. Don't forget that we love you. And it's like, you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to shit on us and then expect us to come and do whatever we need to help you, to save you when you need us. Like, you either hate us or you don't.
But I would also go as far as to say that, again, this all starts at home, right? How we are viewed and depicted overseas starts with how we are treating each other as a country. And I think, despite my efforts yesterday to complete a thought, I think my biggest thing was just focusing on the humanitarian part of us as a country, right? And I know we're kind of getting off topic of Charlie Kirk, but it goes back to him, right? We are a nation filled with just a melting pot of different ethnicities and cultures and religious backgrounds and beliefs. But at the end of the day, we literally, again, are called the United States. We are a country that unites people. We are a country that accepts anybody for who they are and says, hey, you can come here and be a part of the United States and be an acting, contributing member to society, and we will accept you no matter what. And that spirit of America has disappeared. I mean, I can't even say disappeared, but I think the more and more we incorporate technology and being able to get news out at the pace that we get it out, and just social media and people doing all of this clickbaity type of shit, that it makes it hard to see even Americans see Americans as Americans. You know what I mean? Like, that makes sense to anybody? Like, we're so caught up in being divisive that it's hard to be united.
I do see what you're saying, but then also I think, when you have these conversations like person to person, in like in person, or even like us, like all three of us, where we're having like a normal conversation, even about something that we don't necessarily agree on, like I I liked Charlie Kirk. I thought his message was one of unity, and I thought his biggest thing was fatherhood, and religious, or religion, and country. And I don't see, I'm not going to say I don't see how you could ever take anything he said as divisive at all, but I do think that there are some topics that Charlie touched on that are just like a ticking time bomb, that like it's like Charlie was willing to have the hard conversations. And so, and he did it in an open format where anybody could come up and say anything. It's not like he had notes, or that he was like, it's not like he was picking people that he had already talked to out of the crowd and like they'd come up with this plan. It was like, this was totally random. These people would come up and he never knew what was going to come out of their mouth. And then, he would sit there and try to debate their points. And some of them gave him a good run for his money. And then some of them, it was like, what they had to say was so ridiculous. It was like, did you come up to troll or what? I don't understand what you're even talking about right here. And then
I think the problem is, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I think the problem is that too often when we're having these debates, we are getting way more personally involved than we should, right? So like, our personal beliefs kind of trump what is common sense. You know what I mean? And so it's hard. Right. It's hard to kind of find common ground between two opposing sides when your core beliefs about who you are as a person is not open to being empathetic. Even Charlie, I think there's clips of him saying like he doesn't believe in empathy. You know what I mean? He doesn't care to empathize with how another person may be feeling.
That was kind of
surreal, and I know a lot of people using that clip as like basically saying like, well, you shouldn't feel bad for Charlie because he wouldn't feel bad for you. But like, there's a difference between empathy and sympathy. Like, empathy is where you try to put yourself in another person's shoes, and sympathy is just literally where you feel sorry for somebody for like what happened to them. And so obviously, like, you get shot in your neck in front of your wife and kids, like, any normal person, like anybody, even if you disliked everything he said, you could have sympathy for the fact that like his children watched him die. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying you have to have empathy. You don't have to put yourself in those shoes and say like, oh, you know, whatever. Like you don't have to be like, I feel like I'm like Charlie Kirk. No, you don't have to do that. But to say like, oh, I don't have any sympathy, and then to run that clip and be like, see, he wouldn't have any sympathy for you, and it's like, you're just stupid because you don't know the difference between these two words.
I agree with that.
No, we're kind of splitting hairs now. That didn't really make a lot of sense because the thing is, we need to just see the full context of what that was, because I did see that short little clip where he said that, and I just think it sounds so crazy that there has to be some broader point he was making there, because that really, of all the things he talked about, that one clip really stands out as being very vile, you know, and just like very.
So I do know the context. I do know the context, which what he was talking about in that clip was, I mean, you guys know he talked a lot about the black community and whether or not it had a toxic culture. Mm-hmm. And he was essentially saying like, I like, basically in his opinion, you know, every time you like try to call a black person out for something that they've done, some wrong thing that they've done, they have like some excuse. Like they say things like, you know, well, if it weren't for the white man, or if it weren't for racists, or if it weren't for racism, if it weren't for slavery, if it weren't for this, instead of saying like, I did not have to sell drugs, I did not have to burglarize this house, I did not have to steal from this store. Now, and I'm like pretty much quoting Charlie there. Like, that's kind of, you know, basically what he was getting at was like, I don't have empathy for people who commit crimes and then like want to proclaim that they committed this crime because they've been held back for you know, for whatever reason that they want to give.
Yeah.
I got the clip right here. I'm going to go ahead and play it.
Go ahead. Thank you. I was just about to say.
Yeah, I think that'll help us kind of actually be able to pick this thing apart a little bit better. So I do have it here, and I'm just getting Reese's camera set up real quick. So give me just a hot second, but we'll play this clip and see if we can make a little bit more sense out of what was actually being said. Hold on.
And hey, if it's the 10-second version, we're gonna have to do a little more digging.
Yeah, because
no, this says this is the full clip, so this should hopefully give us enough context to really have a opinion here. So let's publish this real quick. Let's go back to live mode. All right, I'm gonna bring up the screen share. I know it's a lot. Here we go. So we're gonna look at it. It's playing. Unmute it real quick. There we go.
And so there's some really good polling out of Alaska that shows that Kelly Shabaka is gaining on Lisa Murkowski and is in a very, very good position despite the unconstitutional, immoral, incredibly complicated rank choice voting system. Never should have been approved. It's silly. It's backwards. It's rigged. It's awful. So the new communication strategy for Democrats, now that their polling advantage is collapsing in every single state. It's collapsing in Ohio. It's collapsing even in Arizona. It is now a race where Blake Masters is in striking distance. Kerry Lake is doing very, very well. The new communication strategy is not to do what Bill Clinton used to do, where he would say, I feel your pain, Instead, it is to say you're actually not in pain. So let's just, very short clip. Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time. Here's cut 65.
I paid for my own college, so I knew I'd have to start.
Oh gosh, these commercials.
Okay, well, he said that was a conversation for another time, and I just wonder if he had another time.
Well, I believe he did, because I think that might have been what I was thinking of when I was talking about earlier, because obviously in that clip he was discussing Bill Clinton and the empathetic political, like...
Well, empathy, okay. You know how everyone views the word empathy. You know what the word empathy means. So to say you hate the word empathy makes you look like you have no empathy, like you don't even like it. It makes you look like a monster. Like that was a horrible thing that he just, from out of nowhere. That's crazy.
I think as Americans,
I still feel like I need more context, because if he really was trying to split hairs and say that he prefers the term sympathy and not empathy, that is just, it's like purposefully divisive, because you know that people have to misunderstand you, because that doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no way to interpret that as good.
I agree with you that splitting hairs between empathy and sympathy, I will say, if I don't know how, I mean, obviously I know you guys didn't listen to Charlie much before now. I will say he does that a lot. He will hammer home a point on a certain, like I remember he was having a debate with a guy about pilots. Like that's where the black pilots thing comes from.
Right.
Where the guy was saying, so you're telling me that like American Airlines is going to come out and just take some unqualified person and throw them in the cockpit to meet racial quotas? And he was saying, no. I'm not saying unqualified. I'm saying underqualified. And there's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just an example of a time where he, where he chooses his words very, very wisely. And he knows exactly like how he's trying to say something and how he wants it to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know about that, because I think that a lot of these clips we've seen are, it's funny because I was, raised hyper Republican, conservative, and all that stuff, and I've kind of deconstructed from it, and I am more left leaning now. But I still understand how they think and how they talk. So when I listen to Charlie Kirk, I feel like I understand what he's trying to say, and I can understand how he thinks it's a positive message. But honestly, it feels like either he's really bad at communicating, or he was purposefully using the kind of words like at the beginning of that clip. He just was doing Trump speak, talking about the voter thing is terrible, awful, should never have been done, it's the worst thing ever. I really think that he took a page out of Trump's book, and he purposefully said things in a way that people on the left who don't think the exact same way, they will misunderstand it. We saw that. I saw it after I left last night, when you played a clip of Charlie Kirk talking about the planes and everything, and the pilots, right? The black pilots, that whole conversation. And Nia said that it was offensive because she felt like he was saying black people are underqualified.
Right.
Right? And
Right.
it's because Charlie is preaching to the choir all the time. He's talking to his own people in a way that they understand, but people who are on the left, people who disagree with him, they use different language. And so when they hear you speak like that, it sounds really abrasive and really like they question your intentions.
Right. That's what I was trying to say yesterday is like, he may not himself be full on racist and a bigot and just all of these terrible, nasty things, but his rhetoric entices people who do feel that way because they can relate and they gravitate towards this person who they feel like they can champion that is more conservative leaning. And so by default, you're guilty by association because you have built a massive, massive following with Turning Point USA and all of these people who follow him. It's the same thing like the MAGA party. You can't even really say that the entire Republican Party is just a bad party. It's the people who are like hardcore. I support what Make America Great Again stands for. I support Donald Trump, and in my eyes, Donald Trump can do no wrong. And there are people in this world who are truly that freaking brainwashed that they just like the guy can do no wrong. This party can do no wrong, and that's where I feel
we're all related to at least one of them.
But that's why I say that it's impossible as an American to not have empathy and sympathy. You kind of have to have both because we, as a country, we have to be able to understand each other's plight in this country, the things that we are going through that may not be what you're going through as an American, but this is what my culture and what, the problems that, we are experiencing. And too often, I'm sorry to kind of go on a tangent here, but too often we see that it's always a black and white thing. And we know that it's not a black and white thing. I mean, literally this country, it's a black and white thing. It's a black and Mexican thing. It's a Mexican and white thing. It's a Asian thing. Like, you get what I'm saying though? Like each culture has its own set of trials and tribulations that they go through in America in order to make a living in America. And so when you have that type of rhetoric that he has, it's easy for a black person to feel like, hey, you're targeting us or you're making us feel less than with how you speak about this because you're making it a black and white thing because you're using this as an example, And
so it's like saying that's like not every Trump supporter is a racist, but all racists are Trump supporters.
Right. I think what it is like in the Venn diagram of grievances, there's an overlap between the white supremacists and people like Charlie Kirk. Like there are things that he speaks on that they resonate with, and it might not even be his fault, but like I said earlier, it's just the way he speaks about it, the kind of language he uses is attractive to some people like that. Although there is that viral clip of a racist at one of his events saying that he was weak on these issues. Like basically he hated Charlie Kirk because he wasn't racist enough, right?
Right.
Which essentially
like
what got him killed, right? I mean, that's what we think that Tyler guy was like a not just a far right, but like one of those alt right, like extremists that like he hated Charlie Kirk and he is on the right.
Right. Yeah, well, that's what I meant earlier when I was talking about how the internet propaganda can propagandize to you and may turn you into these weird beliefs that they don't really fit in Republican or Democrat. They're just because they're so wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like you'll just become a Nazi, or you'll become
what's scary is like, I've even noticed this on my YouTube, because obviously even before Charlie passed away, I watched a lot of Charlie content, and now my YouTube has all of a sudden, I'm getting Nick Fuentes videos like left and right, and
YouTube thinks you're one of them, man.
Like Nick Fuentes is like everything that people say Charlie Kirk is.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I feel like it's going to get, like, you're going to have people that would have normally kind of like coasted towards Charlie Kirk. Now they are going to be listening to people like Nick Fuentes.
Right. They're actively being funneled into that's what we were talking over text, the Republican to Nazi pipeline.
I have a question for you guys. How much do you think the right has to do in order to like separate themselves from people like that? Do we think that the right does enough denouncing of like racism and bigotry? And
I was thinking about that,
because I feel like even if you're just gently flaming airing the flame, you know what I mean? And you're not directly like saying, this is what we stand for, this is not what we stand for, how do you change the narrative and the culture? You can't. You kind of just fostering these underlying beliefs in these people who want to follow you, because you're not just come out and saying like, hey, we don't. I mean, even right now with his whole death, immediately we all saw it. We all have two eyes. It's common sense. Like, you all saw it. Immediately the right's like, this is a left, radical that did this.
They're trans.
It's because of trans people. Whatever the narrative they wanted to spin, but it was always rooted in some sort of divisiveness. Instead of saying, and this is why I feel how I feel about the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing. All of this stuff ties into each other. You have a person that gets finally canceled, which is something that Donald Trump has been trying to do forever. Get this man off the air. Get Stephen Colbert off the air. Get Jimmy Fallon off the air. Get Seth Meyers off the air. Get, you can keep naming them. Jon Stewart and last week tonight, John Oliver. Like, he wants all of these people that use satire on him to be off the air because they don't agree with him. And
real quick, this is a little bit off. It's on topic, but off topic.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, how about Bill Mayer? That dude has gotten so, like, he's based now, dude. He's like, everything he says, I'm like in on.
No,
but anyway, sorry.
That guy
he used to be in that group of like Jimmy Kimmel and like all those other people that you named, and now he's kind of like, he's almost like right of center of them, but he's still not, like, he still would never call himself a conservative. Like, he 100% believes that he's a Democrat, which I believe he is too. But he's just not he hasn't
the definition of Democrat
leaned
has
into
changed.
it.
I think the definition of all of it has changed. Democrats aren't really Democrats anymore. Republicans aren't really Republicans anymore.
Right.
All of it's changed. And again, what I kept trying to say yesterday is, when do we finally get to a place as a country that has these ideals and these morals and these principles that, it's supposed to be our foundation? When do we start really leaning on those core principles and stop being so selfish and create a system that is truly fair for all Americans? Because a lot of these issues really just come down to people being able to really live the American dream. And a lot of people can't do that because there's systemic racism problems, there's cultural problems. And again, this is where I got into the whole country versus religion situation, is because I do believe, and AJ, I know you touched on this a little bit, but I do believe that Charlie Kirk's message was rooted a lot in his belief as a Christian and wanting to have a theocracy. And America doesn't stand for that. Even if, because it was said yesterday on the show that, America was built on Christianity. and that's fine. But if we are literally saying that we are a nation that invites all religions, then you cannot force people to become Christians. You can't oppose that will on people. And so that should always be taken out of anything political. Yes, as Christians, and we talked about this yesterday, as Christians, we do have a duty and an obligation to spread the word of Christ. We have a duty and an obligation to spread the gospel and to get as many people involved in believing in the one true God. That is our belief, right? That is not someone's belief who practices Hinduism or Buddhism or Muslim, like those are not their beliefs. They don't believe the same way, And so why do we allow these political parties to really focus on God in that way? You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense, but it is a narrative and a push that is happening, trying to convert everybody to Christianity. And I don't know if that's ethically right, being that we are a nation that says we support all religious beliefs.
Yeah, I think it's normal because there's so much fear going on right now. And if you look back in our history, a lot of the big revivals were happening in times of like national fear or anxiety or something like that. Like they feel like they need, like something's missing in their life, or they need something to focus on. And so I think, it comes and it goes. And right now this is a season of revival. I think the only issue you seem to have with it is just the fact that it's kind of weird. It's like being co-opted by politics, right? It's being taken over, and it's being like weaponized by politics, because not only is there a revival, there's a revival it's like the right is trying to monopolize that revival and point it to their candidate, like get them votes. Right? That's just what it feels like to me. But really, on the other hand, it could just be there is a revival and they're just using it to their advantage. Like they're just latching onto it. Like the Christian rhetoric is what really tugs at people's heartstrings, so they're using it.
Well, and I think that's kind of the goal of conservatism in the first place, right? Is they want to, just by definition, right? Conservatism, they want to conserve the values of the past, and they want to gosh, what word am I looking for here? They look up to, the past, and they've definitely got their blinders on, or their goggles on, when they talk about the past, because that's when they say, like, because like that's a lot of people say the whole MAGA movement, just the term "Make America Great Again," people will say that that's racist, because it's like, if you can't go too far back before you start running into, like, well, certain people can't come to certain places, and
100%. I personally never understood the whole "Make America Great Again" slogan. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me, because at no point was America great. And a lot of people may dislike me for saying that, and it may ruffle some feathers, but again, this is a country that has been shaping itself to be this ideal promise for the longest time. And I think each century that we get through, we get a little closer to what those principles, what we want them to mean. Because like I was saying yesterday, we could easily...
I gotta challenge you on that, because if America isn't great, then what country is?
See, again, it's to make America. It's to make America great again.
What would America have to do differently to be great, and what other country has already done that? That's what I want to know. Because if you can't answer
and
those
to like,
questions, then it kind of means America is great. Like, you can't disqualify it.
I can answer those questions.
I'm putting you on the spot, though. I know, I'm putting you on the spot.
No, that's fair. I feel like I can make that argument because, again, if we go back 50 years, was America great 50 years ago? No. If you go back to the Roaring 20s, was America great back then? No. We were prosperous. And if that's like if you're saying you want to get back to being world leaders and have prosperity and people able to be in their 20s and buy a home and do this and do that and set the foundation for themselves to have what we all are supposed to be guaranteed, which is our 40 acres and a mule. You know what I mean? If you want to,
I think you nailed it on the head right there, where it's like it depends on what category you speak of, right? Because if you're talking economically, and I think that's when a lot of people, especially I would say white people, when they hear the words "Make America Great Again," they look back to the 1950s. They look back to when America was economically prosperous, when America was the strongest as far as
wild.
its its pull on the rest of the world, when that's kind of like, because you got to think like white people, we don't have, like, I don't have a grandparent that lived through civil rights, you know what I'm saying? So like,
right,
when we hear that word, it's like we don't even really think about like that time. We think of that time in a completely different way, and I'm not saying that makes it right. I'm just saying that's why you get so many, and white people, because mostly
that's the problem why I think empathy matters, right? Because
yes,
white people aren't thinking that way. They are thinking about the prosperous times when the country had money and people could go out and start a family and take care of their family, and jobs were it was made in America. The Ford industry, the car industry,
right, yeah.
all that stuff was booming back in the day. And I wanted to get back to that place, but when we say "Make America Great Again," that term for everyone else who isn't white is like, what? No, what does that mean? That doesn't. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's funny.
And then you get these people.
It's a perfect example of Trump's signature style of just saying something in as few words as possible that is somehow as divisive as possible, but like the people that it
because you leave it
really
open for mass interpretation, and everybody has a different view on what "Make America Great Again" means.
Yeah.
When a black person hears "Make America Great Again," you hear all of the racist connotations that come with that, because there are so many people in the MAGA movement that are racist. Not everyone, but
I can see how, like, when you hear that, your mind might harken back to like, the Tulsa race riots, or the black people getting sprayed down by firefighters, and redlining, all of it, like I could see why. And I think
it's all of it over the years, man. You can even go back to, even like, again, I use the most recent thing that I can kind of think of, but just look at New Orleans from, post Katrina and before Katrina. You know what I mean? Where it was a city that was rooted in black culture and rooted in, black people building a city that was for black people. And then seeing, oh, this is an opportunity, we can rebuild the city, and then you have all these people rebuilding the city in their likeness, and taking a lot of that history and a lot of that culture and pushing it aside by bringing in all of these other people who don't understand what it's like to be a New Orleans. You know what I mean?
I don't necessarily know. I mean, I can't really argue with you on that point as far as like, because I don't know what the reconstruction has looked like. I've never been to New Orleans in my life. But I will say, I think a lot of it was just plain out like incompetence. Because I know like a lot of people, they will say like, the handling of Katrina and the what happened after that. They will say, well, nobody cared because it was mostly black people, and it's like, but if it was mostly black people, then that means that like their city government, their city, most of their police officers, like all of these people would also be like mostly black people. So it would be hard for you to say like, well, the government, the government definitively like didn't do well with the recovery of the city because it's a black city. And it's like, man, I think that's a stretch. I think it was mostly just incompetence.
Mm-hmm.
But I could see, and I can't argue with you on your point of the reconstruction of it, because I've never even been. So if you're saying that like it's been kind of whitewashed since, I have no argument with
You
that.
could
I don't know.
there's a documentary that's out now about like I think it's 20 or 25 years after Katrina. I can't remember, but it's definitely been 20 plus years after since Katrina, and you can look at all of the different things that they have done to pretty much gentrify it. You know what I mean, and to make it more inclusive. And I don't know, man. It's just one of those things that you kind of see in America, right? Where it's just so many little things where they minimize another culture's imprint in America. I mean, you look at.
I do have kind of a problem with the whole gentrification thing, because it's like, if as a white dude, you get it both ways. Because it's like, if I move into the neighborhood and I fix up my house and I I open up a business and I do all this stuff, then I'm gentrifying the neighborhood. But if I move out of the neighborhood and leave it behind and go somewhere else, well, then it's white flight and I'm moving because I'm a racist. Like, it's like, I feel like you can't win without losing. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Do you want people to move into the neighborhood and improve it, or do you want people to leave it and then it goes to shit? Like, which one do you want?
I think, again, when it comes to making a neighborhood better, why does it have to even be gentrifying it? Why does it have to be making it better so more white people want to live here and invest in the properties? Why isn't it that they're giving these places the tools that they need for the people who are already there to thrive and make it better? You know what I mean? Two things can like, or not two things can be true, but like, it can still be true that we could reinvent a place and still keep the culture intact. That makes sense? Like,
yeah, but my question then it would be like, well, why don't you? You know what I'm saying? Like Englewood in Chicago, it's like, it's a mostly black neighborhood. It's very run down, it's a bad place to be. I mean, more people died there every year than like any year that we were in Iraq. So it's like, okay,
and I think for me that goes back to like the, do we give black people reparations or do we not? And I've heard Charlie Kirk on that stance, and it's like, it's one of those things that, one of the few things that I actually kind of agree on when it comes to him is like, giving black people reparations, I don't think solves the problem, right? Because if it solved the problem, all of the government assistance that has been given to black people, and which we know, like a lot of the government assistance too, there are a lot of white people on welfare. There are probably more white people on welfare than there is black people. If someone was to really pull up those statistics and really tell the story. And so I think in the conversation of reparations, I think it does no one any good if the money is not being used to really invigorate a neighborhood like Inglewood or New Orleans or wherever in the United States. I think how you create better communities is you give them real tools. I feel like America keeps taking away shit. Keep taking away things that actually help communities thrive. When you take away after school programs or the money that you have in these schools to be able to teach students properly. Or in the case of New Orleans, like they literally fired, I believe, like over 5,000 black teachers, and then brought teachers from all over the nation to teach these kids. And it's like half of these teachers, some people went down there with the real intention of, I want to be a teacher, I want to help these communities. And some people use it as a stepping stone. Hey, I'm gonna go do this because I'm obligated to do it, but I'm here so I can elevate and go on, down my next career path. And I think the problem becomes, and even they said this in the documentary, that a lot of these teachers don't know or have the tools to really relate and identify with these kids that they're teaching, right? That's like literally, I mean, we see it in movies and shit all the time, right? Where you got this fish out of water story where this black kid is now living in this area that is, well polished and whatever. And it's hard for them to acclimate to that. You know what I mean?
So I'm gonna sound real Charlie Kirk like right here, because this is something that he's said that I do agree with, and I don't think it's a money. Number one, the reason I don't agree with reparations is because, number one, I never had any slaves. Nobody in my family ever had any slaves, right? You didn't have any. You weren't a slave. So it doesn't make any sense. Like we don't have a standard in this country where we make somebody pay for the sins of their past or their family's past, right? That's number one. Right. But then number two, it's really not a resource issue, because if you look into the statistics, like we have put $22 trillion over the last 50 years into these communities, and it really hasn't made much of a difference. So the question becomes, like, at one point, do we say maybe it's at least partially a cultural problem?
Well,
I get that.
Nothing, but I think Tommy was talking about how they're allocating the funds incorrectly and they're making the wrong choices with what they're doing. I think that's the bigger problem. I think,
like you said, $22 trillion, and where has that gotten black people? And there is a reason for that. And I feel like, what are those reasons? What is the red tape for black culture being able to elevate? And again, a lot of it goes to media and this, and black people, almost in a sense thinking that there's one or two ways out of whatever their situation is become famous as a rapper or a singer or an actor or something along those lines, and
some other thing that I'm not about.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But I feel like
point out that I do want to point out. I think that this is changing. When I look back on like our high school, like the people that graduated with us from Danville High School, which is I don't know if you could call it a predominantly black school, but it's very diverse.
It's very diverse, for sure.
And the most of the people that I know, like a lot of the black people that I know from high school, they have gone on to be doctors. They have gone on to write books. They have gone on to, so it's not like it's just sports or gang banging or whatever the case is, whatever people think is like the two natural like alleys. Because just from our school, like even you've come up, you're doing the photography and the podcasting, so you're kind of in the arts. And then like, we got people that, are doctors now, we have dentists, so I do think that this is changing. I think this idea that, you can only do two things to get out of quote unquote the hood, right, it's not true anymore.
And I'm not saying that it's true. What I'm saying is the mindset, the way that, the media is used to kind of put people in a box makes it feel like you only have these two choices, right? And that's why I'm saying, like, there's so many things that contribute to black neighborhoods staying impoverished, right? Because you can look at it, and I guess, again, Charlie Kirk view things in a more black and white kind of lens, being, and not literally meaning just black and white people, but I mean, it's simple. Black people have all the same opportunities that white people have, and vice versa. But we know that that is not true, because if it was true, it would be a higher success rate. You would see more people entering fields that we're told that we're being propagandized, if that's the word. I don't even know if I'm saying that right, but we're being shown that, these are our only options. You either make it out this way, or you go sell drugs and you make it out that way. And why is that, is what I'm saying. You had the war on drugs. You had, literally the government introducing this to people to create a profit and to create a problem. And it's another systemic thing that has happened that keeps, black people down. If you said Charlie Kirk was very big on fatherhood, why do we have less fathers? Because they're either dead or incarcerated. Why? You know what I mean? Why is this a problem? Why do black people feel like they have to resort? No. I'm just saying, like, why do we feel like we have to resort to crime in order to survive? You know what I mean?
And the question is, like, ultimately what the question is like, is that like, do you think that that's because of white people, or do you think that that's because of the culture that you've been raised into? Not you specifically, but you know what I'm saying?
I don't know,
because I don't view you in that way either. You came from Danville, but I know you have family in Chicago and everything else, and you're not like that at all. So, but I guess we're talking about generalizations, and you get in trouble when you start talking about generalizations, because then people start feeling like they've been personally, attacked for whatever the case is. But I just want to make that known. We're generalizing. We're not saying that all black people do this or all white people do that, or etc.
No, we're not. And again, I just truly believe that it all comes down to our politicians, the people that are supposed to be for the people, not being really empathetic to their constituents and really putting forth real policies and procedures that actually help the country grow and be united. And I think it's really hard, again, to be united as a country when we're looking to our leaders to set the example, and they're not setting the example. When we have this divisive rhetoric and it's left versus right, and you have a president that, is spewing all of this nonsense, how do you get people to want to care for other people when they feel like, well, these people don't get it. These people, they're not like me, and so we need these people out of the country. Again, I know this shit to be true because when you watch, and I said this yesterday, when I watched the Jubilee session with Mehdi Hassan, and him surrounded around 20 conservatives, and several of them literally telling him to his face, get out of our country. We don't want you here. You don't deserve to be here. And this is someone who went through the system to become a citizen. This is someone who, if you sat him and any of those other people down in a room and asked them, who was the last 50 vice presidents, he would probably be able to tell you every single last vice president, and the person who was an American couldn't do that. And does that make an American less American that they don't know these things? You know what I mean? But it just simply came down to his race. I don't respect you because you're not white and you're not a true American. And that's what I'm saying. It makes it hard for us to come together as a united country when you have this divisive rhetoric coming from majority of one party. I'm not saying it doesn't happen on the left side. I'm not saying that Democrats don't say divisive shit. Yeah, you can find it. But right now, the problem is more so on the right and how they treat people versus on the left. And I don't think that you can bring the country together if you can't even get it right politically. Right? They should be able to have these conversations and have their differences, but be able to solve the fucking problems respectfully.
And I think that, like, once, and Jubilee is just like any other show where I think they went out and found the most ridiculous people that they could find, people that, and they bring on, I mean, I've watched a couple of those, and like both sides, they find the absolute most ridiculous people to come on and argue, and they know that what all it's doing is driving views, right? So they, I've seen them before where, they bring on like this like super trans person, and they're like, all they talk about is trans issues, and like then they come on there and then they go find like the complete opposite of that to argue with them, and they know that both sides are going to say the most ridiculous thing to one up each other, and all it is to get views. But it's like when you go out in the real world, when you talk with people
and not clicking
it. What?
I will give Americans credit. I think when you're having real world conversations like we are, I think a lot of people do find more common ground. And I think there are people who are truly empathetic. But again, it's hard to see that in the country when everybody's watching some form of media that says otherwise. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so much of it is guilt by association, because like we were talking about earlier, the Venn diagram of like things that Republicans talk about and the issues that they give their time to and their focus, someone who's a racist, there's overlap there. And you were saying before, I think it's really a problem, because you're saying before, do they not do enough to denounce those people? But if you're trying to separate the two circles in this Venn diagram and like get all of the racist values or whatever away that aren't really racist, it's just that racists happen to agree with you, how many policies are you going to have to let go because they're problematic people like them until would they have anything to run on?
Well, see, I kind of disagree with the idea, like Tommy brought up earlier, like this idea of like being guilty by association. Like Charlie is guilty of racism because of his following, and I just, especially when you talk about like somebody like Charlie, that'd be like, I mean, I just feel like that'd be like if one of you, somebody that listens to this podcast, let's say, and they go home tonight and they do something awful. It's like, well, now is Tommy guilty by association just because they listen to his podcast? Right. No, I don't agree with that. And I think that's like, I understand why you think that way. I just don't agree with it. I don't think that you're responsible for everything that somebody else does who just so happens to be aligned with you on some. It's like the whole, Hitler thing. It's like, well, Hitler drank water. You drank water.
Yeah. Just to
I
clarify,
agree with that,
I don't actually believe that. I'm just saying that it's weird how the conversation really revolves around that, and it seems like everyone kind of subconsciously thinks that, like not me, but you understand how in the culture and in the comment section everywhere, it's always like they just think about these people as a group. They think about, when they think about Charlie Kirk, they think about like Jordan Peterson and Steven Crowder and like all these other people that they really don't like. And who wants to take the time? Because that was my thing. I didn't watch a lot of Charlie Kirk videos because they're exhausting. And I didn't want to have to take the time to get to know this one guy in particular and distinguish him from everyone else, because to be honest with you, he does just use a lot of Trump speak. It's like he's trying to ape that style of saying something divisive that like his side gets, but the other side thinks that it's wild, like it's just totally inappropriate. Yeah, I just think that's That's just the way people see it, right?
It's
Like,
really it's just hard to separate
but I
the
agree with
two.
you that it's a problem.
I'm not saying that
Yeah.
he's truly
And
guilty by association, but again, when you have the
Yeah.
type of dialogue that you're having, you see how easy it is to just be like, oh, he's racist, oh, he's this, oh, he's that. It's easy to jump to those conclusions when you have a base that supports you, and a lot of that base do feel that way, right? It's like, again, Donald Trump can say he's not racist all day long. Now, Donald Trump is a little bit different because he can say he's not racist all day long, but his actions show in life that he's racist. You know what I mean? Like, the things that you're doing, the things that you're saying, Central Park 5.
He's not Epstein's friend as
Right.
many times as he wants.
Once, but like history, we literally can see it, my guy. Like, you were his best friend for 10 years. Like, stop trying to deny it, own up to it, and admit. You know what I mean? And then it makes it even worse that you're denying it when we can see it with our own two eyes, which leads us to believe you are hiding something. You know what I mean? Now, feelings and his beliefs and his thoughts. But again, the guilty by association thing. If we look at his rhetoric, right, and we look at him even saying pretty much it's okay for some gun violence to happen if that means protecting our Second Amendment right. And then literally look, you die from someone who believes in their Second Amendment right.
Every Republican has to think that, because that is the world we're living in, where people die every day by being shot with a gun. So if you're a Republican and you want guns, you have to accept that reality. Like what he said a lot of crazy things, like the no empathy thing, but like that's one issue where if you're a Republican, you are not allowed to disagree with him on that. Because at least I won't allow you to. Because that's what Republican policies
reflect.
Yeah. That's what happens. That's their effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's still
I will
crazy.
say I do
it's still
think
crazy to hear.
Along those lines. I think Charlie would. I think he fell into that sometimes where he would toe Republican lines because he felt like, you know, he probably felt pressure from his base, from the people that supported him, from his donors to do so.
I
like,
don't think so.
You know, ever since he's passed, it started to come out that, you know, he didn't necessarily agree with all the things that Israel is doing, but he didn't.
Right.
He also didn't want to go against that because, you know, I mean, well, partially he was funded by Israel, and then also you had the issue of he is, you know, the right side of the political spectrum typically supports Israel. And so it's like you kind of step into this area where, you know, if you say anything that might go against Israel, well, now how much money is that going to cost you, and what's that worth to you, you know?
Like, yeah, and it's so weird because the Israel situation is a new situation. It's like the tables have turned. It's different now. So I would think you're allowed to have a different opinion. Like, you're allowed to change your opinion based on events that are occurring.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what Charlie did. Like, we saw it.
And again, that could easily be applied to how he felt about gun control and gun violence, right? It's easy to say because to me it's easy. It's easy to be like, hey, I care about the Second Amendment. I believe people should own guns. However, I do believe that we should have more sensible gun laws. There should be a little bit more gun control happening in America because the thing is, it goes from, you know, I believe in the Second Amendment, and some deaths, are warranted in order for us to have our Second Amendment rights. And then again, you lose your life from the very thing that you support. And this did not have to happen. This didn't have to happen if we had more sensible gun control laws. And I hate when it's the right saying like, hey, the left wants to take away your guns. They want to take away your right to bear arms. And that is not what Democrats want. I don't care what anyone says. That is not the narrative, because there are so many Democrats who own rifles and guns themselves that,
Tommy,
believe in the Second Amendment, and they don't want to take away your firearms. They do want better gun legislation. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And it's like that with every policy, though. Every policy is divided that way. It's like, well, they want this and they want to take away this. And then you see, everything happening with this Project 2025, and literally it's all coming to pass. Like everything that's in this document, they're working on it little by little, and everything is coming to pass. And it's like, people don't dispute that. I mean, on the right, they don't. They believe all of it is great for the country, and it's not. It's not for the middle class America. It's not to help, create financial relief for everyone in America. It's set up for the people at the top to win and keep winning.
I mean, I can give you an example of where I'm getting screwed on this, like the the new tax, the no tax on overtime. I mean, I work a shitload of overtime every year, but guess what? I work under a CBA, so I'm exempt. Because Trump hates unions. That's what it is. I mean, he wants to disband unions. He wants to sign a national right to work law. And so he does everything he can to hinder unions, because he knows that really, I mean, if you're a working class American, the union is the best way to go. But he wants to be able to pay people as little as possible for the most amount of work he can get out of them. And so why would he want a union around?
Yeah, why do people not like unions? Because I remember growing up, that was the default thing, is like, we hate unions, we don't like unions. But I never really got a good explanation for it. And I the more I learn about them, I just think, what is the problem?
So there's a difference between public sector and private sector unions, okay? I'm a part of a private sector union. I'm a part of a trade union. So my union is not tied to the government. Our union is literally paid for by the members' dues, and it's a ground up type of situation, right? It's very democratic, if you would. But then there is public sector unions, where you're talking about police unions, teachers unions, stuff like that. And people, I can understand why people have a problem with those, like the police union fighting back against legalizing marijuana, because, well, then they lose all of that income from arresting people for marijuana. That's pretty gross, right?
Right.
Teachers unions, where they'll have language in their contract where they simply cannot be fired, no matter how poor they do, no matter how terrible their students are doing. They just can't be fired once they've reached that. I think it's like 10 years usually, where they've reached this like vested point in their contract where like they could literally just sit on their ass and do nothing for the next 20 years, and they're going to collect a pension and everything else. I understand why you would hate all of that. And then there's also this idea that unions breed laziness, that because people have this thing in their mind where they think that, like,
example.
Well, yeah, and that's public sector's unions. I mean, you could definitely make that argument. Probably not all of them, but federal government type unions, public police and teacher unions. Some of that stuff I don't necessarily agree with either. But when you're talking about a private sector union that is literally just funded by the people that work in the union, and there's really no government involved there, I think, is there cases where people get screwed in those because of nepotism, because of things like that? Sure, there is. But I think when you're talking about an overall net positive on your life, as far as wages and benefits and pensions and healthcare and all of this stuff, I think it would be insane for you to even consider working, especially in a trade, as a non-union hand, because you're not going to ever make the same amount of money. You're never going to have the same amount of retirement. Like, you're going to work until you die. That's what it's going to boil down to, because if you're either going to be smart enough to save for your own retirement, and most people are not, even if they think they are, even if they have like a 401k and stuff like that. Like, a 401k is just,
At the end of the day, we can talk about, you know, everything, every issue in America we can talk about. At the end of the day, it could all be so simple. And I think in order for America to be great, it really just comes down to creating a system that is truly fair to every American, right? Better,
I don't see how anybody could argue against that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just better healthcare for all, better
Right,
school,
well, that's
better
what
schooling
Charlie
for all.
said, but his ideas for his idea for making everything better was to just end all of these government assistance programs. That was the impression that I got.
But
I
that
mean, do
doesn't
you
solve
think
or
that
fix
would-
anything
'cause
either.
that's-
Not.
Right, but if you just look at the numbers, you're equalizing everything. Like, everybody has no support, I guess.
But
Well,
I
you know
mean,
what sucks is it seems like, because I would say I'm pretty much middle class, and I'm like, I make enough money for my family to survive, for my family to have food, for maybe we go on a vacation once a year, and that's all great. But like, I get screwed in both ways, because the top 1% is screwing me left and right. I'm getting everything, that every tax bill, every different thing they do, it's all to help them, and it's not to help me. And then also,
Sure.
I don't qualify for any of those benefits. I don't get SNAP benefits. I don't get, my kids don't get free lunch and all this stuff. That's like,
right, because you
so
can
it's like
afford it.
everybody in the bottom and everybody at the top is getting tax breaks, is getting benefits, and everybody in the middle is just getting fucked.
Yeah, they're paying for everything.
And so I think that's where I'm not saying that I agree necessarily, but that's where Charlie's messages are going to resonate with the middle class, because it's really easy for you to say, this person at the grocery store who's getting, who gets $900 a month in food stamps, they're the problem, as opposed to this billionaire who gets millions and millions of dollars in tax cuts every year.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is, obviously, the billionaire is really the problem, but they do such a good job of marketing. Obviously, they're the ones with the money, they're the ones with the power, so they're the ones that decide like what the message is in the country. And the message is, at least if you're politically right leaning, the message is, poor people are your problem.
Yeah, it's weird because, I used to work at a grocery store, and whenever people would pay with an EBT card or whatever, I never thought that. I always remember thinking, like, well, I mean, if my taxes have to go to something, like feeding people, is that not a good cause? Like, it's weird to me. It's hard to relate to that, because I know that there's abuse within it. Like, people can abuse the system and just...
Oh, absolutely. And I know people who do
like, there are ways to improve it, but that's what you should do. You should try to fix the issues with it. Don't just get rid of it.
Well, and I will say, there was a Trump policy that was kind of designed to try and curb some of that, where you were going to have to, say you applied for SNAP benefits, you have to prove that you're applying for jobs. And so, and people fight back on that. They're like,
Yeah,
why would we need to apply for jobs? It's like, because we want you to get off of these benefits. That's why.
Right. Yeah, and
it shouldn't be a lifetime. I know people personally who have made a career out of getting child support, out of getting SNAP benefits, out of getting rent assistance, out of getting your utility bills assistance. I know people who live on less than $500 a month. They can pay all of their necessities on less than $500 a month. And these are perfectly healthy people who could have a job, who could get out there and work, and they just don't want to.
Right.
Why would they? And so I do think when you're talking about the conservative argument there, I think that that's a legitimate argument. And I think, I get it. Yeah. Will I say that that is a bigger problem than the 1%? No, I'm not going to say that. But it is a problem.
Yeah, and that's really the problem with trying to, at least for me, I can't say that I'm Republican or Democrat at this point, because in this example, it's like the left, it sounds like they're fighting against it just because they have to fight against it, because they can't let them win on anything. They have to fight them on everything. So it's one of those situations where having a two-party system where we have to choose one or the other can be a problem, and because there's not a lot of bipartisanship on any of these issues, and there really should be. Absolutely, there should be, and I think there is. I mean, I don't, but I think on a personal, citizen to citizen level, like I've been saying this whole time, where when you talk to people, you get these same, everybody agrees about these same kind of things.
So the problem is not that Americans don't get along. I mean, there is those cases, clearly. But the problem is, the overwhelming or majority of Americans don't have this divisiveness. Everybody, again, I feel like maybe wants to just be able to live the American dream, which is, even in your case, being middle-class American, you want to be able to do more than just afford to barely be living life. Why is it that, you only have enough money to pay your bills and to pay, your wage to live, but then you have nothing left over? We should all be able to be taking a vacation, hell, once maybe a month or a year. People get, to do that. You should be able to do that whenever you want, as often as you want, because you have the money to go enjoy life. People aren't enjoying life, and I think that's the problem. We have all these people that we elect to office to make the world better, and there's so much divisive. There's no bipartisanship to just get shit done, because you have a party that does care about, again, politics and money. That's another big issue. We can, again, go off on a tangent and talk about that, but we need to get money out of politics so that politicians can really do the work that it takes to help their constituents, all of them on both sides, whether you're Republican or Democrat. We all want to just live a good
Well, that's
life.
What Drain the Swamp was supposed to be.
It's crazy.
That's what Trump ran on.
This
Drain
is
the
about to
Swamp. And
sound so funny
thing about that.
Hold on.
That's another phrase that everyone misunderstands. Like, make America great again. Drain the Swamp. I did an experiment where I asked every person I knew what they thought drain the swamp means.
You want to know what it is, bro?
Every single person gave me a different answer. They said,
Trump,
it's about deregulation in the government. Or I'm like,
Trump
I don't think that's what it's
literally
about. It's about It's about getting rid of all of these career politicians and stuff. Like, they had different answers every time. And
I pray
yeah, I
that what I'm
think
about to say
better
next is
communication
true.
would fix a lot of things.
I pray what I'm about to say next is true, and this is funny, but I'm gonna say Trump is the chosen one. He is literally Darth Vader. He is literally Anakin Skywalker. And here's where I'm going with this. Here's where I'm going with this. If you think about it, drain the swamp. He's gonna be the reason why the swamp gets drained, because there is no way in hell I see him making it all 4 years through this presidency with this Epstein shit looming over him. At best, he makes it 2 years, but I don't see him making it a 2 complete full years.
No.
This shit has to hit the fan.
No.
And when it does, it's going to completely. We get these names of these politicians and these people in power who've been associated with Epstein, and we throw away the key and we lock them up, and give them their penance for their grievances, whatever they did.
I have absolutely no faith that is going to happen.
I
want to
believe
record right now.
Well,
and say,
I want to believe that
happens,
by default he will end up being the savior of America, but it won't be the legacy that he is hoping to leave behind. And I pray that is how it goes.
He'll be the cork
and
we pull, and the swamp begins to drain.
Obviously, again, if anybody comes across this who disagrees with how I feel about this, they're gonna slam me for saying that I pray that it happens that way. But dude, we need change in America. We need change in America, and how do we get change?
Somebody is going to clip that Trump is the chosen one.
Oh, yeah.
And you're about to.
I'm about to be a martyr for the wrong side.
Well, I mean, look, he literally was the chosen one. Like,
yeah, but yeah,
the American people voted for him.
The American people voted for him, and I think that, in some weird way, he's going to be the reason why America does get back on track. But it's going to take us going through a lot of growing pains, getting him in and out of office, and him, because I mean, bro, it's only so much crime one person can commit before they get caught. I mean, how many people have gone down in history as like, doing a bunch of criminal shit and then living till the end untouched?
Trump's already going down in history as that. Like, that's what I'm saying. They thought that they would get Hillary on her email situation, and that never panned out. These people in power, you can't really destroy them like that. It's not. I don't believe it's possible. Like, once you get in that system and you have the power, you're able to get out of actually facing consequences, real consequences for the things you've done. Isn't that like one of the perks of it?
It's always the money. I feel like we have to get money out of our politics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
There
it's
should
weird
be-
how that's become a right-wing talking point. Like, drain the swamp has made that a right-wing position to have when it should be the default, I think. Like, there has to be a way for Democrats to phrase it, like, what am I trying to say? To rebrand it, to own it.
Dude, so I remember, during the election time, like during that time, I was on TikTok a little bit here and there. My wife always sending me videos, and I could never watch them. And then eventually, I got a TikTok, and then I got sucked into these TikTok lives.
Yep. That's it.
I would always get talked about, like, I would always go on these conservative lives because I knew from pretty early on that I was going to vote for Kamala. Like, it really wasn't even, I didn't even think it was really a question in my mind as far as who would be a better president. And the first thing I would get on, like, on these conservative lives, the first thing that people would hound me with is name one policy that Kamala has ever come up with that's like her own policy. And it's like, if you go through and look, if you read the policies that she put out, that like she had policies on immigration,
which was always crazy to me. And I don't mean to cut you off, but that was always crazy to me that people said she had no policies, and literally throughout the entire campaign, she was the only candidate that was literally speaking about what policies she wanted to implement. Whereas Trump was always like, we have a plan. We have a plan. We have a plan. We have a concept of a plan. But he never said
the concept of a
what
plan.
the fuck the plan was. He never once said, hey, we're going to do this. And hey, we're going to do, that just sounded like Robert F. Kennedy right there. But, he never like explicitly said like, this is what we're doing. This is how we're going to do it. And then when he got the whole Project 2025 thing thrown in his face, because that was his plan, then he distanced himself away from that plan. And then you see him in office now, and literally all of these things from the Project 2025 document is literally coming into fruition. So it's like, that was always the plan. His plan was out there. And here was Kamala saying, hey, I want to give a $6,000 child tax credit. I want to give business owners $50,000 loan or grant or whatever. I want to implement this when it comes to housing. Like, she had a lot of different things that sounded like, hey, this is what the country needs. This is what we all need in order to be better and to have better and to, get to a closer step of that utopia. You know what I mean?
Building back better. Can't believe it's not butter.
Yep.
I will say she kind of screwed up, because I do think that a part of her original plan was some tax breaks for the middle class, but I don't think she was going to go as far as to say, we're going to do no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. And then Trump came out and said it. And then she was like, oh, yeah, we're going to do that too. And boy, did I take a beating on those nights I was talking.
Well, it's neither here nor there because she's not president. So what are we going to do? There's no use even talking about the past. But definitely, man, I mean, this country is in a state of an emergency right now. There's a lot of things being attacked. There's a lot of divisiveness. Again, I don't believe that you can tone down the rhetoric unless the rhetoric is. I think toning down the rhetoric is pointless to say when you don't have a president that is also doing the same thing. And again, I think everything comes down to leading by example. And I think the president needs to be the one to lead by example and stop being a goddamn child about people talking about you and not liking you. You want people to not talk about you and not like you, bro. Go help the people that are talking about you. You know what I mean? Like, you want to be liked so bad, you instead of forcing people to like you, or, even this whole TikTok thing, bro. Literally, the company Oracle is getting ready to purchase TikTok, and the owner is someone who's Donald Trump's friend. You know what I mean? It's just another tool for him to be able to take over media and
Twitter.
Implement. Bro,
we lost TikTok.
We lost Twitter. We lost TikTok.
This is why I say it does not look good for the Democratic side in 2028. It really doesn't, because here's what's going to happen. I think the Republicans, I think it's pretty dead set, they're going to run J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance is going to be seen as essentially an extension of Donald Trump. So you're looking at essentially a third term.
Yep.
Trump.
That's if he doesn't try to do a third term himself.
See, I don't think he even needs to. I think J.D. Vance is a good enough stand-in. He will almost exactly follow the policies of Trump and whatever Trump wants to accomplish. And I don't think you'll even need to go through the headache of trying to run for a third term, and then, because I think that would set the Republican Party ablaze. I think just that right there would cause mass chaos. So I think just running J.D. Vance is good enough for them. And I don't see a Democratic politician that they could run that stands a snowball's chance in hell of defeating him in an election.
Yeah.
I mean, Gavin Newsom is probably never going to run, if I had to guess. And the dude is like California is a mess, really is. And not only that, but just the rhetoric around Gavin Newsom, like he's such an easy target. And I think he'll just, I mean, JD Vance will just mop the floor with this dude.
I mean, I don't know who the Democrats are going to want to try to nominate, but I do think I think Kamala's going to give it another try, even though she's saying she's not right now. I think she's going to give it another try. And I think her with this tell-all book is her laying the seeds and the foundation for being able to separate herself now so that in 3 years, she has a better fight.
Well,
that I have
and look, the
with
real
Kamala,
question, what it comes down to is the only real difference that we need to know between Trump and Vance. Does Vance have this advantage over Trump? Can he win against a man in an election? Because Donald Trump can't. He beat Hillary, lost to Biden, beat Kamala. It's not looking good. Like that's really
true.
what we have to worry about.
Hey, well, I'm all for, and again, people, oh, I'm gonna catch a lot of heat. I don't care. I'm all for Governor Gretchen Whitmer. I'm all for AOC. I'm all for Jasmine Crockett running for president. I'm for Pete Buttigieg running for president. I think he would be an awesome president.
Honestly, I'd go for Pete Buttigieg.
I'm
on him, but
yeah,
I'm out on that.
Yeah, I'm all for Pete running if he decides to run. I think he would be an awesome president. I'm even for Governor Shapiro running for president if he wanted to run.
I think when you talk about Pete, here's the problem. There's two problems with him. Number one, South Bend, shithole. Number two, I don't think Americans will vote for an openly gay president. I really just don't. As a whole, he'll get votes, but I don't think we're ready for that to take that step.
I don't know,
we
man.
haven't even had a female president yet.
We haven't, but that was the whole conversation with Biden, right? We weren't ready for a female vice president. And then we weren't ready for a female president.
Did we get a gay president before we get a female president?
You don't know what that's what I'm saying.
Is that what's going to happen?
We're saying we don't. And again, when you make history, I think those are the cornerstones of change, right? Because if we get an openly gay president, or if we get a first woman president, whether she's black or white, doesn't matter. When you get those first, it opens the doorway to believing, hey, this country is literally for all. Anybody can run this country. And this is the one thing why I like media in the sense of like TV shows and movies, entertainment, because you can plant those seeds of people being used to the idea of having a female president. The more shows and things like that you have where the female is a president, or that sort of thing. But again, you can say that.
Don't question it anymore,
You can say that when it comes to and a lot of people feel like this. We'll never have another black president. I don't believe that. I think, I don't think Obama is an anomaly. You know what I mean?
Dude, I miss Obama. Like,
that's
if there was a third term, Obama. Like, he was just so much.
Sorry, what?
Like, Obama was just. He was like the last president that was like president.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense, but like, just and he's such a good talker, and he's actually if you look at his policies today, you go back and look at the kind of policies that he went with back then. He's really a conservative. Now he would never
I
say
mean,
that.
he definitely is by today's standards. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he, I think that's the sad part is that he, in my opinion, he was the last good candidate to receive the nomination from the Democratic Party to run against the Republican side. I really think he was. I think they picked the wrong people twice.
Yeah, I mean, and they just like Kamala Harris. Even though I
Or
voted
3 times,
for her,
you know.
I had no. I had no confidence in her winning because when she ran on her own platform, she polled at less than 1%. She's just not.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, she's not a popular candidate. People just won't get behind her.
Yeah.
And
yeah, like everybody knew it was going to be a landslide.
Well, I just wonder if she'll be able to have the "I told you so" argument if she does decide to run again, and if people will look at whatever transpires over these next 3 years. Let's just say that Donald Trump does make it to term, and he actually, the Jeffrey Epstein and all this stuff, doesn't get him. And he makes it to be determined. But
no, I mean, what's the point of being so filthy rich if you can't get away with it? Like, he has to,
Which
Otherwise,
is why
the whole
I
thing
think that
is like,
he
did all this for nothing. I don't
which
think
is,
it's
which
gonna
is why, man, I really hope that this country, because it's still so wild that we have a president literally who's convicted of 34 counts of felony activity. Like, that's crazy. That's insane. That's insane. No other, I mean, by that standard, anyone who has a criminal past should be able to run for the office of presidency and shouldn't be looked at side-eyed in any way, shape, or form.
We tolerate a lot in this country.
Do you think that if we digged through any major politician's history, do you think that we wouldn't find?
We 100% would, but it's the fact that it is known. See, that's the thing. It's like, we don't know what we don't know about these other politicians, which is why I hope the Jeffrey Epstein thing, is the thing that helps drain the swamp, because they, the real issue with America is that there needs to be a huge shift in the changing of the guard. We have so many older people in politics that have a binary view of what they think the country should be because they've held on to the same ideals since they got into politics, and they have not changed their stance on how they think this country should be run. And when you're not open to change, you are bound to repeat the same mistakes over and over again.
Yeah. Well, also, as pessimistic as I am about this stuff, I think that you still got to believe that there is someone out there, a career politician, who, like, stayed in their lane, stayed out of controversy, just worked for a living, and they are charismatic enough to win the presidency. Like, you have to.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders.
You have to believe that there's somebody
15, 20 years ago.
No, that they're still here. Like, that they're still out here, that it's still viable.
Yeah. I would love for Bernie Sanders to be president. I think he'd be an awesome president. They're out there, bro. Which is why I say I choose to believe. And again, I don't really swing one way or the other. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit more liberal and to the left than I am anything. But if the candidate was saying the right things and wanting to do the right things, I could easily vote for a Republican as well.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, because it just seems like the lines are so blurry now, and the issues each party has evolved in such weird ways that they handle issues completely differently than how they used to, and it's almost like you really can't just vote for the party that you've always voted for. You actually really have to think about what.
But I think there's way more examples of good Democrats than there are good Republicans. I mean, name me one Republican that is really, like, really the right type of
Well,
conservative.
yeah, I'm not gonna debate you on that. I'm just saying that stuff doesn't really matter because when you're voting, you're thinking about the issues at hand and what they have specifically said they will do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like if those conditions are met and they're saying all the right things, you could end up voting for either party. That's what I'm saying. But
Well, basically, Tommy, is if he could find a conservative politician who agrees with mostly all liberal policies, he would vote for him.
Not even just agreeing with liberal policies, but just had policies of their own that actually moved the needle forward with unifying the country and making the country better, and not just saying it. You know what I mean? And the thing about the conservative side of things and just the right wing side of things for me,
sorry guys, I'm
is
out
that
of time. I gotta call it.
They're all liars, and that's
saying you gotta go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right, man. That's cool. I gotta go here soon too, so me and Tommy can wrap it up, and then we'll get on out of here.
All right.
All right, Reese.
Hey,
we'll holler at you, brother.
Yeah, good talk, guys.
Yes, sir.
All
right.
Probably just rename this episode the political soapbox.
Yeah, I don't know, because we didn't even stay on topic with Charlie Kirk. But I mean, I think it's all relative. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he helped build the MAGA movement, which again, the whole, and I know you say you disagree with it, but the whole guilty by association thing is literally like, bro, you helped build this party that obviously has ties and support from people who have ideologies that we don't uphold in America to be the right ideologies. You know what I mean?
Okay. I'm going to explain why I disagree with this. And so, have you ever heard the term maps?
Nah, let's be talking about Apple Maps, bro.
Okay, so there is a term called maps. This is what the left would refer to as minor attracted people. Okay, we're talking about pedophiles. Okay, and they are trying to normalize pedophilia. They say it's just pedophilia. Like, they will say that pedophilia is a sexual orientation. Okay, and that it's totally normal, and as long as they don't act on it, then they're okay. Now, do you agree with that?
I agree with as long as they don't act on it. It's because it's not okay. It's not okay, right? But I know that I feel like that it is a psychological thing, right? Because it's all, by that definition, it's like telling a gay person they can't be gay, or telling a straight or lesbian person they can't be lesbian, or telling a trans person they can't be trans. You know what I mean? It's like, you were born a boy, but you want to be a girl. You were born a girl and you want to be a man. You know what I mean? But the thing with pedophilia is, like, if you have this psychological disconnect where you are just attracted to young people, which is insane to me, but if that's who you are, as long as you don't act on it, because we know that is wrong, it's just fucking wrong. Like, feel how you feel, I guess. You know what I mean? Just don't do anything egregious.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think, but here's the thing. It's one thing to agree with that. It's one thing to want to normalize that in society, right? To want to say, like,
I don't think we should definitely normalize it. I don't think we should normalize it, but
that's my point. There's some people on the left who do want to normalize it. They want to. They don't want. I'm not going to go so far as saying that they want these people to be able to marry children or to be with children, but I think. But what they want is for it to become like a sexual orientation, like we just discussed, where like you said. It's just because,
okay, so let me ask you this: is that the worst thing in the world if that gives us a way to identify these people and then to provide resources to help these people? right? Because a lot of people
For those people.
a lot of people do deal with these feelings, right? And then we don't know, and then they act impulsively on these feelings, and then that's how we get people kidnapping people or taking advantage of people or just doing the most, craziest things. And so if we had a way to determine who these people are and how they identify, would we be able to then kind of suss it out and help these people, pass whatever this thing is?
That would be like no different than like me saying we should normalize racism. Like we should just be allowed, like people should just be able to walk the streets and say the N-word as they please, because, well, then you at least know who thinks that way. I mean, I don't agree with that, and I don't think you do, right?
No, I don't.
And it's the same thing with that.
And again, I'm not even trying to justify what you're saying. I'm just trying to find a common sense reason on why people would want to normalize it at all. You know what I mean? Like it has to be some kind of reason that they want to normalize it and label people, hey, this is a sexual orientation. But I don't know. The way I feel about it is that today, again, because the world is ever changing, like it's not like trans people like never existed. And I think that's the thing that's crazy too. It's like trans people have been around forever. Like this is not a new thing, but it's talked about more and more because of social media and because people want to be integrated into society. And so, it's again one of those things that's like a really hard line to toe, because how do you change someone's perception of binaryism, like you from her over there or she, when I'm speaking, because this is how I was taught. There's two orientations, male and female. These are the pronouns that go associated with them. You know what I mean?
I think that's still what it is. I just, it's not that I want to be disrespectful, to anything like that, but it at the end of the day, like the reality is, I think there's a difference between the conceptualization of reality and reality itself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, for me, these like, and I'm not even talking about, do I think that there are trans people that genuinely believe that they are the opposite sex? Yes, I do think that that's a real thing. I do think that that happens. But like when you get into like the people that like they want to identify by whatever they want to identify day by day, different days, they're different things, and all this other, like it just gets like you go down this rabbit hole of just craziness, and it's like, and then you talk to them and you try to boil down what they really believe, and it's like they actually do really believe in this binary set of sexual of gender norms. It's just that they want to identify with one or the other, but they still find it. They're still binary. They just want to identify as the other side of the spectrum. But and I think they harken back to like all these studies and things like that I think are being misread or misunderstood, where they're saying like of course we know men who are feminine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Men masculine, men who are feminine. So we know that gender identity is a spectrum, but it does not change who you are at a biological level, and it never will.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't we just accept that like some men are feminine, some men are masculine, some women are feminine, some women are masculine? Why does it have to be like this whole thing where like now I have to let you in the locker room with my daughters? You know what I'm saying? Like to me, that's where you make this leap.
Yeah, and
where like it's crazy.
And I agree with that, and I think that it's a tough conversation because I mean, if we look at it from like the black and white perspective, right? We had the civil rights movement to make sure that black people had the same freedoms as white people. There's no reason why just because of the color of our skin, we should be separated. And I have to drink out of the black water fountain that is poorly treated and doesn't have the same clean water coming out of the white fountain. You like, we're all human, so I should be able to drink out of any fountain just like you, right? I think that trans people want that same inclusivity, but I don't think that is as possible as the race argument, because the race argument again is a skin tone thing, that it doesn't matter what the color of my skin is, it's the content of my character. This is why I deserve all of these same freedoms, and I should be able to do all of the same things and have all the same opportunities, because I'm a hardworking human being just like you. I have a family just like you. I go to work just like you. I pray to my God just like you, and that's a much easier argument to argue, as opposed to like, I'm trans, so I deserve to play this sport as well. I think the way that we can normalize it and like create that inclusivity is, I'm gonna get flack for saying this, but I almost feel like trans people have to kind of meet everyone else in a common ground. Like, okay, we can accept that trans people are trans people. We can accept that you want to be a male or female, whatever the case may be. But yeah, having same bathrooms, like, that is a place of uncomfortableness. And if you go places, a lot of these businesses, they will have unisex bathrooms and family restrooms.
Well,
they can do the same thing for trans. Like, if it's that
most of the time when you're walking into the bathroom, you're not thinking about like who's in there and what they've got in their pants. You know what I'm saying? You're going to the bathroom to go to the bathroom. So honestly, I would say anybody who is like passable, like a man who is transitioning to a woman, let's say he's at least moderately passable. I would say as long as he's not making a big deal about it, he could probably walk right into the bathroom, do his thing, and leave, and nobody would even notice. Same thing with a woman who is, moderately passable as well. Which, and number one, a woman transitioning to a man, there's a lot less societal issues there, because like nobody's really worried about this woman walking into a bathroom and like, being able to assault somebody or hurt somebody, because it's very unlikely. So, but well, when you start, because here's my thing.
But that's the thing, man. Like, we can't give passes, bro, because
not that I'm saying.
No. So I kind of want to touch on that a little bit, right? So we can't give passes, right? Because that's the same thing with Charlie Kirk, right? With the right saying his killer was left-wing, radical, leftist, whatever, without even knowing that this is what it is. And then you come to find out he is leaning more towards right. He's more of a, right-wing person. That's his family background, all of that. So he's a radical right. You know what I mean? And maybe he did kill Charlie Kirk just because he wasn't right enough for him. You know what I mean? Who knows? But the whole point is, why does that matter? At the end of the day, you took a life. What does it matter what his political affiliation was? It's the fact that he committed a crime that was just wrong. And so same thing with like gender roles. It's like you can't be like, well, women are less likely to go and try to rape someone, because women, I mean, how many women have you seen being arrested for sexual assault because they were a teacher and they slept with a student? You know what I mean? That shit can happen whether you're male or female. It doesn't really, it doesn't matter.
Or like, you're not so worried about a woman like forcing themselves on you. Now, do you have manipulative women? Do you have, there's other ways that you could, you could essentially assault someone other than just force. But I think the most brutal, when we talk about things like rape, right? The most brutal thing is like a forcible, like holding someone down and doing that to them. And I'm not going to say there's 0 women out there that could do that to a man. I mean, like, I don't know, like Ronda Rousey. I'm sure there's plenty of men that she could hold down and do whatever she wants to. But on a general, 99% of women, they can't hold them. They're not going to be able to hold a man down and do that kind of thing to him.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And I think that's where that comes. Now, I'm not saying that makes either way okay. I'm just saying the likelihood of that happening is so minuscule that people just don't worry about it as much,
Yeah, I get that. I 100% get that. I guess just my feelings about it is, let people be who they want to be. I don't think that we have to have all this discord behind it, but I also think that, again, life is forever changing, and as a country, we're going to keep evolving, and I think that we can definitely put things in place to where trans people feel accepted. I think that's the problem, is that they just want to feel accepted, and a lot of people won't let them feel accepted. And I think that is an issue, because again, we come from a country where we're saying all people are accepted. It doesn't matter race, creed, gender, whatever, religious views, whatever. You're accepted in America.
The thing is, like, it's the only situation where you could say this person probably has some kind of mental health issue. However, we're just going to tell them that they're right. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's like no different than being schizophrenic. Like, if I called you tomorrow and was like, hey man, it's Bill, and you were like, no, it's not, it's AJ. I'd be like, nah, I'm Bill today. You would be like, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But if I were to call you tomorrow and be like, hey, I'm Jamie, and I'm going to go by Jamie from now on, literally everybody would have to be like, damn, dude, that's cool. Like, you're Jamie now. Or they're a piece of shit, bigot, fucking transphobe. And it's like, that's insane to me.
It's insane, bro. It's crazy. I don't know. It's a crazy topic. Like, again, I don't have the right or wrong or the right answers to say what we do, but I think, again, a lot of it just comes down to our leaders being more empathetic to all Americans, and really just finding common ground politically to make the best decisions for Americans, and not for their own self-interest or for the interests of these companies that are in their pockets. You know what I mean? Telling them that we have to pass this and pass that in order for them to retain power. And that's why I said I hope the Epstein thing comes to light, because I think that will be the bullet that we need to drain the swamp, man. I think, again, there's just too many politicians that are up in age that have a set core values that, they won't let go, and therefore they won't ever change. And you'll always be in this gridlock. You'll always be in this place to where it's there's just no change, because no side wants to give. No side wants to give.
That's what pisses me off about the older generation, is the fact that they sit there and they talk about us. They say we're lazy. They say we're not involved. All we do is sit on our phones and da 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 da. When I don't know if you've ever dealt with people that are like 50, 60 years old now, but they're the most entitled pieces of shit I've ever met. To be honest, like, not all of them, but just in general, like, they all think that, like, they're the hardest working, best people. Like,
yeah,
they all think that,
because back in their day, they feel like they really had to grind, and that's the thing where I say empathy, right? Because it's like, okay, this is what you had to go through in your day, but these are my modern day challenges, and I face a lot of these same things, and I'm in mental. I'm overly stimulated. I'm going through mental crises, physical crises. Like, I have all of these issues as a young American or a young person in America that mean just as much to me as the shit you went through when you were my age, right?
Right.
And again, that all just comes back to empathy, like being able to understand that, hey, times have changed. And maybe I think it's a little bit more easier for you because you are technologically sound and you didn't have to, do things a certain way. But I do understand that you had to adapt to the era that you're brought in. And so you do face these obstacles and these issues. And so now I can see it from your point of view. I can see it from your lens. I understand you a lot better. And again, you just have this. The guard needs to change at the end of the day. Like, it just needs to change. We need more younger people involved in politics because those young people actually understand the era that we're in. And that's why I pointed out yesterday, like, dude, we literally, I have an iPhone 16 Pro. iPhones have been out, 15 years, 14, 15 years, right? And it's like, look how far this technology has come. It went from being the brick phone, the block phone, to a smaller brick and block phone, to a touchscreen phone, to now these phones are so powerful. They do so many different things. And now you have the introduction of AI. Like, technology, this is what I was saying yesterday in my little rant. But, like, I think the problem with America is that we are advancing so fast technologically that it's hard for us to keep up with the changes that need to happen in real life to stimulate growth. And I guess what I mean by that is, like, when you think about it, bro, it was maybe easier to create change at a slower pace because we didn't have the ease of use of, like, knowing things so readily. You know what I mean? As now we have it in the palm of our hands, we're consuming all of this different media and exposure to things that it's easy for one side to be believing this or the other just depending on what they're consuming. Where it was maybe easier to be bipartisan or to connect on issues because you didn't see everything all at once happening around the country. Back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you were kind of localized. Like, yeah, there was, there was always broader news and you would see the news from the country, but, like, you were centralized. You were focused on what's happening in your state, what's happening in your hometown, what's happening in your city. You know what I mean? And those issues were more important. And now it's like, well, we see all the issues all at once. And I think that change feels like it needs to be more rapid because we see so much of it that needs to be changed. Does that make sense? You still with me, AJ? Did I lose you, brother? I still see the call is still active. Yo, can you hear me?
Hang on, sorry, buddy. I'm getting the baby ready for bed, but
okay, my bad. I didn't know if you heard that last part or not.
No, yeah, I mean, dude, I think honestly, I think we agree.
I'm curious, and we can wrap here, but I'm curious if that last little piece that I said kind of made any sense to you as far as, like, technologically we are so advanced that we almost expect to see change happen as fast as technology is happening. If that makes sense.
No, yeah, that makes sense to me. I do, and I think we're kind of the last generation, me and you, and, like, our generation of people. I think we're the last ones that, like, didn't grow up with a phone just constantly, like, stuck up your ass.
For sure.
Like,
anybody born from 2008 on knows nothing about internet dial up and all that stuff. Like, we come from the era of when technology was starting to break through, and that's what I'm saying. we've seen it all, and I think because we've seen it all, and we understand, how quickly this shit is advanced. I think a lot of people just forget that the way we consume news and the way that we consumed information just wasn't so it just wasn't so readily available that almost psychologically, I don't think we computed like all the issues. Like I know we've always had issues in this country. But I think the change maybe felt like, because again, the civil rights movement was 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So from the 60s till now, you know what I mean? How much have we achieved? You got the 60s, 80s, or 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010, until now. That's 50, 60 years ago. You know what I mean? So
Right.
Look how much the country has changed and all that we accomplished.
I think people sometimes forget that, or they deliberately lie and pretend like it was. You hear that argument all the time. Oh, you're still complaining about what happened 300 years ago, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, dude, like a lot of the people that are alive today, their grandparents, their, like, whatever the case may be, their mom, their dad, they lived through civil rights. They lived through Jim Crow. They lived through all of that stuff. And like, you can't really think that that kind of stuff is going to happen and it's not going to leave a stain on the culture. It's not going to leave a stain on what people think about other people. You can't go through, let's say you were a young, let's say let's take you and put you in 1950s, 1940s America. And like, your life is totally different, and but that's kind of why, I don't know. Do you remember Mr. Brown, Twan Brown?
I don't know. Was that a teacher?
Yeah, he was a teacher at Danville High School.
I don't. I remember Mrs. Brown. Both Mrs. Browns.
Like that?
No, I don't remember.
So anyways, and I'm not going to name names, but we were in class. This was like during February, and Mr. Brown was he's a history and an English teacher. This so happened to be his history class. Anyways, it's literally February. We're sitting in this class, and there's a kid sitting in the back, hood on, head down, like couldn't care less about any of it. And Mr. Brown made the comment of like, do you talk to your grandparents at all about any of this stuff? And he was just like, no, why would I? And he's like, because I think they would see it as a slap in the face that you're sitting here after they fought so hard for you to be here, that you're sitting here and you're just disrespecting my class. You're not listening. You don't do your homework. You don't show up half the time. When you do show up, you're late. Like, it's got to be like like you're spitting in their face, literally.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it is, man. It's like I see that a lot. It seems like it used to matter a lot more to people, and it doesn't. It's like it doesn't register with people anymore like it used to.
I mean, I think that's hard to do, especially when we're living in a country where they kind of want to, erase history, right? A lot of people feel like, like even Charlie Kirk, he's, I saw the clip where he basically was like, he was talking about, civil rights and how he think it was a mistake, how he doesn't think Martin Luther King was a good person, yada, yada, yada. And then he went on to kind of equate it to, if someone has a drug addiction problem, you don't focus on the drug addiction, you focus on how can we help you now? Like none of this matters. And it's like, no, you have to identify what the problem is so they can overcome the problem. So it's the same thing with history. It's like, you have to tell you have to tell it all for all America's, wrongdoing and things that we had to overcome. You have to, tell it all, and you have to let this history be a part of America, because we're never going to be able to understand what we've overcome if we don't know about it. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think kind of the problem, because, and I don't know, I probably sent you a couple clips of this, but where Charlie talks about, like, for example, black people were much more prosperous in the 40s and 50s as a whole. Like, the community was much more prosperous. They had a larger share of the general wealth. And he talks about that's where the whole fathers in the home come in. That's where, because this is indisputable fact. There are 3 guaranteed markers that kind of put your life into a trajectory of good or bad, literally from birth, which is like your K through 12 education, whether or not you have both parents in your home, because Charlie likes to hamper solely on father in the home, but I think in general you need both of your parents, right? And the third one would be your basically your status in society, like your income level, things like that. And in the 1940s, 1950s, during when black people faced actual systemic racism, they were more prosperous. And so now it's like, what's happened? Like, what has changed in the last 50 years, where now, unfortunately, 2 out of 3 black children grow up without a father in their home.
And I think that all comes from the issues of systemic racism, right? So, and again, I could be wrong here, but I feel like, and this is just how I feel, when you give people too much, right? You say we were more prosperous in the 40s and the 50s. When you give people too much, you have to find a way to cut them back down, right? And so you put things in place to kind of stop the growth. And then you have more, with us getting more freedom through the civil rights movement and stuff like that, getting rid of Jim Crow laws, it's like, okay, so now we got to find a way for crime to go up. How do we put something in place that gets black people to create more crime in their communities and keep them impoverished? And I think things were specifically put in place to create this chaos and to create the decline of black prosperity.
And see, I don't totally disagree with that. It's just, I have a problem with the accountability of it. It's like, is there proof that the government infused black neighborhoods with drugs? Yes, there is. But who made them sell the drugs? Who made them do the drugs? You know what I'm saying? It's like, nobody made you do that. You did it all on your own. They just provided the opportunity.
Yeah, but again, it's one of those things where it's one of those weird things where I get what you're saying, like, take accountability. Nobody made us do this, but you did make us do this when you introduced it to us, right? What did you expect to happen? You know what I mean? What did you expect to happen?
Right. I get that.
It changed the entire mindset of people, right? Being on a hard drug, it changes your whole psyche, and so now you see what that's doing, and now you see, hey, I'm gonna capitalize on this. I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to get to that next level in life. I'm gonna sell this shit because it's bringing me money, and it's putting me in a place to get where I haven't been before. You know what I mean? It's like,
I just I think about my life in general,
I grew up with 2 addict parents, and I think about like how many opportunities I had throughout my youth and my time just on Earth of where I could have gone down that same path. You
Yeah,
know, I mean, I've been offered drugs, I've been offered all that stuff, and I just didn't do it. You know, I just made the decision
not to do it.
not
And I and I get that argument because I think this is the same argument that that Justin was making yesterday, and he was saying both his parents died from complications of drug use, and he could have easily went down that same path, right? And I get that. It's a totally different thing though. Oh, I feel like it's different when, again, they created the gateway for these things to happen, and now that it's happened, like, yeah, anybody understanding what drugs do to people now understand that they have a choice to go left or right. You could either fall and be a victim, right? Or you can overcome and do better than your parents. And I think a lot of people today, they want to do better than whatever the situation was. And the reason I say that, bro, is because, again, when you introduce this gateway into this disparity, you created this thing. Like, what did you expect to happen? Again, nobody at the time knew what these effects would be, knew that it would, do this to the community. And so now you have a generation who's gone through that, who's learning and healing from those past traumas. So they choose to make better decisions now because it's like if I was a scientist, bro, what happened in the 60s, 70s, and 80s with drugs, becoming mainstream was like a test group. You know what I mean? Like, we introduced this thing that was a disruptor, and it disrupted, it did what it's supposed to do, and now you have all of these generations coming after that are like, hey, we're tired of this. We know what this leads to. We want to be better. We want to become better members of society. So now you have generations coming after that are like, we're choosing to do better than our parents, than our grandparents did. We don't want to fall to the same cycles. We want to break those what we like to call generational curses. And I think that's a natural progression, right? Because, again, people didn't know what they were getting themselves into when this shit was hitting the streets. You didn't know. Nobody knew how cocaine and crack was going to affect them. Nobody knew what meth was going to do to them. Like, even, opioids and stuff like that, fentanyl, like, people getting into this shit and it being at the climax that it got to, you didn't know that you take a hit of this and you're gonna be freaking dead. But now it's like, fentanyl is bad. And obviously drug addicts, they're gonna do what they do. But again, information is so readily available that you can see what the history of this was and then make a decision and say, hey, I want to do better than that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. And I think I kind of touched on that earlier, where it's like, anecdotally, the people that I know, like TJ, for example, he's a great father. He's, he does whatever he can for his kids. He raises them great, and I see that much more often, especially with the people that we went to school with. I know Danville gets a bad rap, and I know that there's, there is issues, but I think you are seeing a cultural change where people are being more involved with their children, and I think it's across the board. I mean, even my parents, when I was growing up, it was like, just go outside, get out of my hair. I don't want to see you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I'm not that way with my kids. I go outside, I play with my kids. We go do stuff together. I take them to zoos and museums and all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, I basically just agreeing with your point of, like, in general, you want to do better than your parents, and like, some people, like for me, for example, you know, I had pretty low standards. You know, my parents weren't the greatest. I mean, my dad was a good dad. He just, you know, he had problems with drugs, and you know, it is what it is. That's life sometimes. And but I think, you know, I looked at that and I said, that's not how I'm gonna live. You know, that's not how my kids are gonna live. And so I just moved on with it.
And I just think that's the key. I think that's the key to your question of saying, like, or your statement of saying, like, you know, they didn't have to choose. Yeah, they didn't, but they did. And we saw the devastating effects of what that did to the black community. And that's why you have people teaching and, you know, not letting the new generation create or make those same mistakes. You know what I mean? But I just think that history just kind of shows that people, I guess the government don't want you to have too much. You know what I mean? There's got to be some way to control the masses. You know what I mean? And that's why you have so much civil discord. You know, even with like Border Patrol, bro, it's like, again, the rhetoric behind it is like all Hispanic people are rapists, murderers, and terrorists. And that's not true. You have so many people here in the States that are just trying to simply escape whatever hell that they were in, where they're from, and make a better and more prosperous life here in America. And instead of just kicking these people out like the way that we're going about doing it, have real vetting processes that allow people to actually seek a real path to citizenship instead of making it so hard. I know people who have been here 20, 25 years, bro, and still don't have a pathway to citizenship beyond me. And they are actively living a, you know, a humble and good life to the best of their ability without being able to seek government assistance. They're taking whatever jobs they can do. And I say this because, and even you might know people, bro, that, you know, are here illegally that want to be legal, but they don't have a way to get it done. And it's not for the lack of trying. I know someone right now who
I do have a heart for people, but I also think that we have to have border security. I mean, we just have to. Like, we can't just let people run across the border unfettered, you know.
And I agree.
No
I'm
documentation,
not saying that.
No understanding of who they are or what they're about.
100%. 100%. I agree. But again, the issue is the process and how broken that process is for seeking a path to citizenship. We definitely should have border patrol. We definitely should not just be letting anybody just come into the country. You know, I get that. But these mass deportations, you know, they're wrong because they're targeting anybody of Hispanic culture or any ethnicity that they deem not worthy of being here. And a lot of these people that they're rounding up are hardworking people who aren't rapists and murderers and criminals. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Like, the rhetoric, all this stuff comes down from top down. You know what I mean? You have a president that spews this nonsense, and then you have his core believers who believe you're right. They're all murderers, rapists, and criminals, and that's not true. You know,
if there's anything that I've heard from people on the other side of the Charlie Kirk debate where they've talked about, you know, for example, like what's going on in Gaza, you know, where there's literally children being starved to death, being killed, being just awful things are happening to them. And, you know, they'll say, well, why should I feel bad for this one person who, yeah, something awful happened to them, but, you know, there's awful things happening every day. So it's like, why are we giving this one person so much attention? And I get, it's just the nature of the beast where, popular people get more attention than just your everyday person. But I do agree with that to some extent, where it's like, what happened to Charlie was awful, of course, and I don't think that should happen to anybody. But the problem is it is happening to people every single day, every hour of every single day. And I
So let me ask you this question: do you think it was right or wrong for them to give Charlie Kirk his own personal holiday, Charlie Kirk Day?
I'm indifferent on that. I really don't. It's not going to matter in the long run, really. I mean, it's one of those things you'll probably never hear about again. You'll have some people that on Facebook or whatever, they might share a meme about it, but like, it's not going to be one of those things that's like every year everybody's like, oh, it's Charlie Kirk Day.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
I don't think people would see it that way, but I think it's the precedence that it sets, right? So, in my opinion, this is also, from what I understand, like Charlie Kirk didn't support, Black History Month, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because you've seen a lot more of his rhetoric than I have. But like, again, he didn't believe in the civil rights movement. Doesn't believe in Black History Month.
Well, right. So like on the civil rights movement, he did agree with the civil rights movement. His take on the civil rights movement was that it has been taken over, whereas when it was originally signed into law, it was about race, right? It was to get a level footing for everybody of any race, but mostly it was Black people was the whole point behind it. And now it's been co-opted by everybody, where it's like, let's say you've got an employee who is not performing well, who just so happens to be, I don't know, gay, okay? Then and you fire this employee because they're not performing well. Well, you could very well wind up in a civil rights lawsuit because this person was gay. And it's like, that's not really what his thing is. That's not really what the civil rights movement was about.
Well, I guess my whole point was, again, it looks to Black people or any other race as if like, well, how could you give a day of celebration to someone who lost their life, who had such divisive rhetoric, but you can't respect Black people having Black History Month? You know what I mean? So this person gets a day to be celebrated, but we can't celebrate Black history. We can't, celebrate Hispanic culture on, Mexican Independence Day and this and that. Like, it's like, how do you take one thing away? And I don't want to equate it to like Robert E. Lee, but even that right now is like trending again, because I think Donald Trump just like put a Robert E. Lee either painting or statue or something like that up at one of the federal buildings. You know what I mean? And it's like, this is a known person that caused, the Civil War and believed in all of these harsh things, and you want to celebrate
about
him.
Robert is he didn't have slaves. Mm-hmm. He didn't even believe in slavery. I'm serious. Go look that up. He did not believe in slavery. And that's a half truth, because he did at one time have slaves, but he had essentially freed his slaves before the Civil War even happened. And they all chose to stay because he treated them well.
And that might be true, bro. I'm not saying that, Robert E. Lee is just like, the worst of the worst people. What I am saying, though, is that it doesn't change history, that he was on the wrong side of history. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Sure, yeah.
I mean, again, killed so many Americans, put so many Americans in peril. You know what I mean? Because of this war that didn't need to happen. All because of conservative values, whatever the case may be. And so you choose to keep, celebrating this person. Now, I think it would be very hypocritical of me to take the stance of saying like, well, we need to preserve history, and then we discard that history too. Like that history still needs to be told. You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not saying
that's kind of the funny thing about the Civil War in general is it has gotten kind of rewritten where, was it about slavery? Yes. Now you will also have people on the other side who will try to tell you it had nothing to do with slavery. That's definitely not the truth. But the people on one side of history will tell you that the Civil War was completely about slavery and about the South wanting to keep slaves, and then the other side will tell you it was all about states' rights and blah 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 blah. The truth is, it's somewhere in the middle, right? I mean, the Civil War technically started over a states' rights issue, and it wasn't about slavery.
Right.
Now, during the Civil War, and this is another thing, people have this idea of Abraham Lincoln that he was some just wholesome man that just wanted to free the slaves, when that's not the truth either.
Mm-hmm.
That he actually has a famous quote where he says, essentially, I don't believe that we should have slaves, but I also don't believe that black people should live in America. Like he wanted them to go back to Africa. He didn't think that they fit into our culture. And so it's just like anything else, man. It gets so muddied up over the years, and people try to, I'm going to use the term whitewash, but it's not. There's two different terms there. Sometimes people use the term whitewash when they want to say like white people are trying to clean up history and make it sound better than it is. And then you also got the term whitewash where it's in general, you are trying to find some noble cause behind the victory of the war or whatever the case may be, where there's not always there's always some gray area involved where it seems like, when you look back on your elementary and your middle school, high school, whatever, your K through 12 education, you think back on it and you're like, man, they really did like indoctrinate us. Like, because then you go look at the real history, you go read the real history, and you're like, this is not what I learned in school at all.
Yeah. I think on the stance of Abraham Lincoln, I think he's a great example of how one person's views and beliefs can change with time. Because I know that you're right in saying like he didn't believe, or he believed in like colonization and like relocating African Americans to have their own colonies, whether that was in Africa or some centralized part of America, and not wanting them to kind of be be Americans is what I guess I would say. But I know his viewpoints changed on that too, because by the end of his life, or although it was also cut short, his views changed on that to where he started having beliefs and can see a path of how we could integrate African Americans into society, and how they could have a role that benefits America and the growth of its development. And so I think history will show that his viewpoints changed on that towards the end of his life.
The whole point behind freeing the slaves was because he knew that it would cause the Confederate forces to suffer, because he knew that the way that they were getting their money was slave labor in the South through the cotton, through cotton and through railroading and through all these other things. and he knew that if he ended slavery and enforced it, that it would completely, alter the course of, the trajectory of the South, because the North had already industrialized. We already had factories, we already had railroads, we already had all this stuff. So we didn't have this giant need for physical labor such as the South did.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew that, and that is why he wanted to free the slaves. It wasn't necessarily because he had such a high regard for African Americans. And I'm
not
saying
that. I don't think.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that either. But I think he saw a path to where it was beneficial for African Americans to be truly integrated into society, and not relegated to how we were living then. You know what I mean?
And that's obviously true. I mean, that's like, clearly we're all better off with, how we could talk all day about the issues with America and where we're wrong, but the truth is we also get a lot of things right, and the country is also headed in the right direction in many ways.
We are. That's why I try to make the point earlier in saying that, like, hey, it's not that America is not changing and evolving, because we are. I mean, again, you look at us 50 years ago where we were, and 50 years prior to that where we were. And so America definitely has been growing and changing. And that's why I say I think that as technology becomes to be more and more integrated into society, that we want to see that rapid pace of change the same way we see technology changing, in a sense. Because we see it happening so quickly. And so it's like, okay, we are a people who understand what this country and these ideals are about. And again, from both sides, from Democrats to the Republicans, they all believe in these ideals, right? And if you believe in these ideals and these core principles that make America America, then you have to concede in saying, like, hey, we need to be designing the next best wave of America and get all this bipartisan shit, out of the way. Because it all comes down to just empathy and fairness. If everybody truly had the same opportunities, which we don't, but if we truly did have all the same opportunities, we would be a much happier country. And when you see Make America Great Again being, we are the gold standard for what an economy should look like, and et cetera, and et cetera. Well, yeah, Trump, you're right. We're the hottest country in the world right now. We have the most money in the world right now. But what are we doing with that money? Where is it going? Why is it not going back into the pockets of the American people? Why is it not going back into the programs that actually help Americans become the best America? It's not about making America great again economically. It's about making America great, period. We should be the gold standard for education, for healthcare, for gun control, for civil unity, for that American dream, what we are all chasing, which is to be able to live a great and comfortable life. Not just comfortable in the sense of I'm making it day by day and, yada, 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 because too many people are living paycheck to paycheck. And there's too much homelessness in the world, and there's too much sickness in the world as far as, our health goes. And so why aren't we just literally, I guess I don't understand, AJ, why is it so hard to just make things fairer for everyone? Everyone, I think, would get along if it wasn't this this fight for prosperity between all of us. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If you talk to people, like we've been saying all the whole show, is once you talk to people, a lot of people have the same common beliefs and the same wants and needs. It's way too common. We're on way too much common ground on a lot of these issues.
And that's what the political class does not want us to do. They don't want us to be, because once we stop looking at each other, we're going to start looking at them, and that's a problem for them. And they know it's a problem for them because they're liars. They're pieces of shit. They steal our money. They lie about the laws that they pass. They play the, like Nancy Pelosi with her, every time a deal goes through, all of a sudden she makes a bunch of money in the stock market and all this stuff. It's like all this corruption is just wide out in the open. Like, we all talk about it, we all see it, but we're so divided that we can't do anything about it. And we are right where they want us to be.
I think the Civil War doesn't need to be Americans fighting Americans, but it definitely needs to be Americans fighting politics.
Yeah, and we need to. I think the number one answer is to get money out of our politics. You should not be able to buy a politician. I don't care how much money you have. There should be no way for you to use your money to influence the politics of the entire country.
And I want to be clear when I say that too, just for anybody that might want to try to take that and make it a soundbite. I'm not saying Americans fighting politics and that has to do with violence, but using our voice to continue to speak up on the issues that are at hand, and continue to have these dialogues and these conversations amongst one another, and to come together as a people to affect change. Because at the end of the day, this is we the people. We together make these changes happen. And it's clear and evident, just given our history, that we are very capable of making huge leaps and bounds when it comes to change. If we weren't, then we would be still stuck in the 1860s. You know what I mean? We'd still have slavery. We'd still have, we still have just all of these issues that we've overcome. I don't want to get like super deep. I'm just trying to be as simple as possible. But like, we see that we can change and we can grow and we can become a more unified front when we stick together instead of being so divided. So I would just say, man, the message that I have for everyone is to talk more, to continue engaging, keep the violence out of the politics, but also let's be smart, man. Let's be smart at these polls. Be more involved in choosing these candidates that we choose to represent us, and make sure these people actually stand on the morals and principles that we all identify with as being a true American. I think being a true American means that you have empathy for your neighbor, you have empathy for your town, your city, your different beliefs and ideologies. Like you have empathy for all of these different walks of life, and you're able to say, "Hey, I'm different than you, but I support you, and I support us in our growth as a country." And that's about as simple as I can put it. So,
see, I would have to say that empathy is just this new age term that I can't stand.
Why you feel that way, bro?
I'm kidding. That was that Charlie Kirk quote from earlier.
I'm like, why do you feel that way? Because I mean, I really do truly think that's like the missing link, bro. Is people don't care enough about people, and people are selfish, and that's a problem on all sides, right? When it comes to black people, like we see the world as, white people, the white man. And it's like, it's not to say that these things aren't true, but also, when do we stop throwing the blame only on the white man keeping us down? You know what I mean? Like you said earlier, we got to take accountability on all fronts. Every race and creed and religion and whatever, we all need to take a moment to self-reflect, look in the mirror, and say, how can we be the change in the world that we want to see happen? And stop blaming, and I get it. People may be like, well, we can't not blame, but we can. We can choose to see the light in people, to be humans, to be the change we hope to seek, right? Because it doesn't have to be a white versus black thing. It doesn't have to be that way. It just doesn't.
No, it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't. Because I mean, I think that we should be at a point right now in this country where we don't think about things constantly along racial lines, where it's always about, well, I'm white or I'm black or I'm Mexican. Like, it's, to me, we're the only country in the world that whenever we do damn it, I'm getting tired, so my brain's not working very well. The where they figure out how many people live in your town.
The census.
Jesus Christ, I don't know why I couldn't think of that word,
it's
but
okay.
Anyway,
I got you.
We're the only country in the world that on our census we break it down by race.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, like, if you go look at a census for Canada, for Europe, for whatever country, they don't have that on there because it's like their country is not so caught up in what you look like. And like, I think it's little things like that keep our country divided and we're so racially like pushed to like think about every single little thing has to do with your race. Like, I just get so tired of hearing it, and I guess, people would call that white privilege because I don't have to think about race because I'm white. But it's like, you don't have to think about race either. Like you think about it constantly, but not you personally, but just in general.
Yeah,
but like,
I get what you're saying.
It's like, I remember Charlie was talking to a girl at this college event where she was like, it was in Alabama, and they were at the University of Alabama, and she was like, well, it's easy for you to say because you're not hunted on this campus. And Charlie was like, hunted? Really? Like, you feel like you're being hunted at the University of Alabama? And she was like, yes. And I could tell, like, the way she said it, I could tell that she genuinely believes that. Like, it wasn't just some talking point. She actually thinks that, like, when she walks in a room or walks in a store or whatever, that she has this, like, that people just gravitate towards her and, like, hate her. And I think that's super sad. I think it's sad to go through life like that, where you're constantly hyper aware of like every little situation. Like I could be having a conversation with you, and then I walk away, and like in your head you're like, did he say that because I'm black? And it's like, no, I didn't even think about that. But because society is so hyper racial, it's like, it seems to me, I'm not black, so I can't say for sure, but it seems to me like a lot of black people, they think about every scenario from the lens of being a black person and not from the lens of like just being another human being on the earth.
And again, it's a hard thing to do when it's ingrained in you that the system is against you. And I believe, again, the system is against us in a lot of ways.
But can you name one? Like, is there any systemic? Like, can you name one law that is like geared to keep black people down?
Well, we already mentioned earlier, like redlining and things like that of that nature when it
But
comes
those
to
things
being able
don't
to
exist
hold
anymore.
real estate. But I mean, these were things that happen. Like even if these things don't exist, it kind of like what we're talking about, it's like slavery. Like yeah, slavery doesn't exist anymore, but those wounds, that trauma, is still there, right?
Of course, no,
So
I'm not going to argue against that. But I just
so
like,
I,
as I've heard you mention systemic racism a couple of times tonight, and it's like there is no systemic racism. Like,
and
you can't.
here's the thing. I'm not the guy that's going to be well versed in all the facts and things like that. So I can't say what's in place now that used to be in place that isn't in place anymore. Even if we had the argument, and let's just say for the sake of the argument that all of these things that were meant to keep black people down are just gone now. Let's just say that. Even if that's the case, you still have to deal with the belief in the community that these things are what they are, right? Because again, this is trauma. This is years and years and years of trauma and oppression. You know what I mean? You can say that, and I know people try to make the argument, well, how come, Jewish people have been successful? How come Italian people have been successful? How come Hispanic culture, they thrive? How come, this culture, they thrive, but black people, they just don't thrive? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, when you look at the statistics, it's like, back in the 40s, we put Asians in concentration camps.
Mm-hmm.
The Jewish people, they had a whole Holocaust. Half of their culture was completely wiped out. They were removed from their homeland. They lost their homes. They lost all of their personal wealth. All these things, like awful things, have happened to people throughout history.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, for example, now obviously we're talking we're talking at least 1,000 years here, but like I'm German, right? And so way back, at least 1,000 years ago, the Roman Empire took over Germany and completely destroyed the culture of that area. And you know now you see Germany today.
I think
It's a top country in the world,
I
and
think
it's
the
across the board, it seems.
I think the reason why it's so hard for the black community in America is because, and I've thought about this, and again, I could be wrong, but I personally feel like the black community doesn't have a sense of self-identity as the black community. And what I mean by that is every other race that I can think of, they have a lot of their, although whatever they went through, as a race, like you said, you mentioned Jewish people in the Holocaust and how, a lot of what happened to them, their culture was taken away from them. You just mentioned, the Romans taking over Germany and a lot of that identity being taken away from them. But I think for whatever reason, all of these other races that had to start over or claim their culture, their identity as a culture, they were able to do that. And I say that because if you think about it, bro, what cultural things do black people do that we have that unites us? You know what I'm saying? Whether that's through religion or et cetera, et cetera. Because Chinese people, or not, I'm going to say Chinese people, but just Asian people, they keep a lot of that same culture, right? From their religion to different family values that they uphold, like they keep those things at the forefront of their culture. What do we have? I've always wondered that. What do we really have? They a lot of these other cultures too, they have language that they speak. What do we have? We don't even have our native language, our native tongue. We don't even have that anymore. You know what I mean? So a lot of the heritage is what I'm trying to say. Like a lot of the heritage, we don't have to gravitate to kind of unite us as black people. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at African Americans and then African Americans, you know what I mean? Like real African Americans, you know what I mean? Nigerian people in America, they keep a lot of those cultural identities, you know, the way that they wear certain garments, or the way that they practice their religion, or the way that they speak, again, the language. My sister is married to a Nigerian, and he still speaks the language. He still has that cultural identity. You know what I mean?
I've never really thought about that, but I mean, because it's another racial group in America that is actually very successful. You know, we talk a lot about America being anti-black or whatever the case is, but I mean, Nigerians, you know, people from Africa, they come here and they're very successful. And you're right, they do have cultural normatives, and they do kind of adhere to certain I guess just like the way that they go, you know, the way that they move throughout the world. They do kind of have that unified.
They have that thing they have that thing. And again, I may not be able to articulate it and put it in the best words, but I just feel like black people as a culture in America, just black people, we don't have that piece of identity that really binds us to one another. You know, that tradition has been lost. To your point,
I mean, that was ripped from you. I mean, that's the truth.
It was.
You know,
I just don't. I don't understand.
The past doesn't exist. I mean, you know, you guys. I don't know exactly what your heritage is specifically. I don't know if you're a descendant from slaves or if
I don't even know. But I think that's that's all a part of the identity crisis that we have as Black Americans, and why we can't, you know, if black on black crime is so high and all of this is because we can't even find commonality amongst each other. You know what I mean? Because what binds us other than being black? You know what I mean? And I think that's why, I mean, literally, bro, when I was growing up in high school, because, you know, I didn't go to DHS. I moved to Chicago to go to high school.
Forgot about that.
Yeah,
I thought you did go to DHS for at least a little while.
No, I graduated 8th grade from Northridge, and then I moved to Chicago, and I was in Chicago for my high school years. But the thing I was going to say was my next door neighbors were like a household of 15 Hispanic people. And they worked together to achieve everything. And it was evident. I mean, you can see the family bond and spirit in that household with them having 15 people to a maybe 2-3 bedroom home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, I just feel like black people don't have that. Like, you know, there are some black people that will help out the next man and all that, but like, it is a for yourself kind of culture. It's like everybody for themselves. And I think that's why we haven't been able to ground ourselves in unity. I mean, there's a lot of examples on how we try to unify, yes, but like there's still I feel like a missing piece to that puzzle, because it's definitely got to be something. It's got to be something as to why we as a culture still feel like we get the short end of the stick when it comes to every other race in America.
And it's kind of crazy because I guess from the outside looking in, you know, it seems like black people are very good at sticking together, and like white people aren't. Like I've noticed, you know, like a lot of black people will be like, oh yeah, that's my cousin or that's my brother or whatever. And like, you're not even related, you barely know the guy, but like it's just like, and I've noticed like, you know, whenever it seems like black people in general, they kind of stick to themselves. You know, it's kind of, you know, you might have a white person that's like in their group, but you don't see a lot of like groups of white people and then like one or two black people. You might see a lot of groups of black people and then one or two white people, but it's generally not the other way. So I guess from my perspective, I always felt like black people did stick together pretty well. So it's interesting to hear that, like, in your opinion, you feel like that's not the case. And I guess I could see that too, because, definitely the family, that family bond aspect has been broken somewhere along the lines. In some cases, I mean, like, like I go to like TJ's house, for example, for his kids' birthdays or whatever. And, he's got a lot of family that shows up to those, and it's a big cookout, and it's all this, and it's really nice. It's actually way more, like in my family, we don't do that. We very rarely get together. And so it's interesting, I guess, to me to hear you say you don't feel like you guys stick together.
I mean, bro, I feel like, and again, somebody's probably gonna jump down my throat, but at this point, I'm just sharing my viewpoint. But I feel like we are the most unified, ununified group of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see
If
that too.
something happens that's tragic, we unify and we can find common ground because we believe this shouldn't be happening to us. But where is that, again, in communities, right? It's so cutthroat where it's like everybody for themselves, it feels like, because
Yeah.
we could easily be, I mean, we see it every day, man. My parents, I mean, I'm looking at their situation, dude. They started a business that was a black owned business in the hair industry, right? An industry where black people just dominate as far as consumers go. Like, when it comes to weave and hair extensions and this, that, and the third, lashes, beauty, whatever, like, black people consume that more than anyone in the Asian community eats off of that. And so my parents had the, bright idea to say, hey, this is $1 billion industry, and a lot of this is dominated by the Asian community. We're gonna open up our own weave and hair business. Sorry. We're gonna open up our own weave and hair business, and we know we're gonna be successful because black people, again, they dominate this market share as far as consumers go. So why wouldn't we start this and black people support us because we're a black owned business? And then what happens? Black people don't support the business because they don't have any trust in a black owned business. You know what I mean? We fight that struggle all the time. You know what I mean? Where it feels like, black communities or within the community don't support each other when it comes to reaching economical prosperity. And somebody can come on and educate me or get in the comments or watch this back and say, no, you're wrong. Black people, we do support. And I'm not saying that we don't support. Obviously, there are, black-owned businesses that get support by black customers. But in large part, you just don't see it done the same way that when an Asian family, opens up a restaurant or Jewish family starts this or starts. When you see those things happen, they take family at the core of it so heavily and seriously that it's like they're all pitching in to build this thing. They're all pitching in to help grow this thing and create this generational wealth.
Oh yeah, you definitely see that in the Mexican families where they will say they start a construction business, and then all of a sudden they've got all their cousins and their brothers and everybody's working for them. And yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, I just feel like we don't have that same common work ethic, I guess. It's just kind of cutthroat. And I mean, like I said, I see it because I have people in my family who are millionaires. You know what I mean? And people in our family look at them as like they are a ticket and they want that handout. And that's not what they're for. But they could be a resource, and they could be, starting this business and starting that business. But again, black people be failing black people. You know what I mean? Like, auntie, cousin, blah, 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 can be a millionaire and try to start this business and, provide that generational wealth and try to create that avenue of support and relief. And we're doing this as a family. And then people in the family, they fumble. And it's just hard to trust that we can build something as a family. We can build. So it's like you kind of got to be cutthroat. And you kind of got to just focus on yourself and make sure you're good and taken care of, because you can't trust everybody to have the same work ethic as you and, help get to that next level and create this generational wealth. And it's sad, bro. It's sad to say it like that. And again, I'm sure that's not the case for every black family in America, but like a lot of black families in America have that issue. You know what I mean? As soon as somebody that they know get on in life and they're doing well, hey, bro, you just help me do this, and then they help them do it, and then they fumble it, and it's like that's why we don't have trust. I can go on and on, bro, I guess. But I'm not even saying what I'm saying is just completely right. But these are the experiences I feel like people out there experiencing, why it's so hard for us to come together as a people to really create that next era of growth and prosperity for us all, man. I think it's a sense of identity, loss an identity of who we are as a people, because we see in history too, man, just how much black culture affects America. Like, we wouldn't have none of the shit. Sports wouldn't be as great without black people. Music wouldn't be as great without black people. And I'm not just saying because we're like the ultimate talented people, but like, bro, we influence the culture. So many rock bands wouldn't be rock bands if it wasn't for blues music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So many sports like football and basketball wouldn't be the same if black people just weren't in the sport. I mean, these are just facts. It wouldn't be the same.
Right. Yeah, no, that's indisputable.
So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't have the answer, Sway. I don't have the answer, Sway. I just know at the end of the day, man, we could end a lot of these issues if the government would be fair. And to your point earlier about, the census, I try to look at the positives in that too, because obviously, data, statistics, right? They show the trends. And so I was saying, yesterday in my little high rant that if we can see the data and see where there's disparity in certain categories, then you could easily implement things to kind of level the playing field in all of these different categories, bro. I don't think it's hard to do that, to look at something and be like, okay, and then, we get into the conversation of DEI and like what that's supposed to mean and then how it's implemented and how it's used. But the core principle of it is just creating unity is what it's supposed to be, at least. It's supposed to be about making sure that everyone gets a fair shake at these opportunities.
Right.
But I do agree that it shouldn't be based on, just race. And my thing with that was like, if you let DEI be what it's truly supposed to be, you'll see that it doesn't have to be like, oh, we need 40% black people here in this company because we're trying to create diversity, equity, and inclusion. Oh, we need a certain amount of gay people here so we can include diversity, equity, and inclusion. We need a certain amount of special needs people working here so we can be diverse and have inclusion. Like, if you let it be what it's supposed to be, and you do judge people off their merits and their skill level and like them earning those positions, bro, you're going to see that every company is going to have disparity because not everybody wants to do the same thing or want in that field at all. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So it's like you may see more people of a certain race being doctors than the others. And that's okay. You know what I mean? That's okay. You may see, more people in the restaurant business than other races. And again, that's okay. Whatever that looks like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's okay for it not to be equal. I don't think it has to be literally equal is my whole point. I don't think it has to be 50, 40% of this, 50, 40% of that. Like, it just needs to be fair. That's it. That's it.
No. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. It is what it is. Everybody's good at their own stuff, you know.
And I guess that's what makes DEI hard, is because they look at it and they see those numbers and they're like, well, it's obviously not fair. There's obviously, there's not enough black doctors, and it's like, well, is that because literally black people aren't becoming doctors, or literally there are so many black doctors that they're not being hired? Like, which one is it? You know what I mean?
And I think it's just like, like I said, it's a cultural thing, and it's not even that. I don't even mean that in like a negative connotation. I mean that like, what do most young, like especially young black men, in high school and junior high, what do they aspire to be? If you ask them, you're probably 90% of the time you're gonna get
some kind of sport or some kind of entertainment.
I want to be Jalen Hurts or whatever the case is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's kind of what the culture leans into. Is you want to be a sports star, you want to be good at football, you want to be good at basketball, you want to be good at baseball, whatever the case is, whatever sport you pick. And I don't think it's always this is the only way to get out of here. I think that's where they see the success.
Right. They go. People always say you follow people who know the way, go the way, and show the way. And if you are always being shown that this is potentially the way, then why wouldn't I dedicate myself to doing this and that? You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I could have easily been a sports kid. I got family that made it to the league. I got friends that made it to the league. You know what I mean? My brothers all play football, but that's just not where my passion lie. My passion lie in being a creative. So I focus more on music, and I focus more, on my camera and those skills, because that's what my personality linked. But we can get into the weeds of that too, man. Obviously the education system is super broken, but that's a topic for another day. But yeah, I mean, I agree. They go or they choose paths that seem like the most likely thing that they will be able to do. But and again, that's not to say that we don't have black kids who want to be a lawyer or a doctor or officer of the law. Hell, my brother's a police officer. You know what I mean? 2 of my brothers went to the military. So like, everybody has a role to play. So I'm not saying that black people don't think of themselves in terms of being able to hold different positions in life. But again, culturally, you see a lot more diversity in the medical field when it comes to there being more Asian doctors or Indonesian doctors. Well, that's all Asian. But you get what I'm saying? Like, you see that there's more of that because culturally that's what they focus on.
Yep.
And that's not what we focus on culturally. And that's not our fault. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. Like,
yeah, I mean, can you say it's your fault? Yeah, not on a personal level, but just in general, But again, when I say that, I don't mean like negatively, like, oh, all black people, all they want to do is play sports. No, it's just that is where you're seeing the success. That's where, it's like I'm a Raiders fan. We had Josh Jacobs.
This man went from sleep well and he signed a $40 million contract. That's what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it helps, people, you can say all you want that you shouldn't gravitate towards people that look like you, but that's what happens a lot of the time, I mean, it's just the nature of how it goes.
Yeah. Like I said, man, we can get into the weeds of all this stuff. But I do feel like this was a much better conversation yesterday. I wish I would have been in this state of mind yesterday to kind of be able to actually talk. But I hope that people were able to take something away from this, whether it was negative or positive. At the end of the day, we're just young people, man, that just want to see America really be what America is supposed to be. I think that's just the standpoints I take. I don't know. The Charlie Kirk thing, bro, is a tragedy. It shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. I just think the language around it, I mean, even, again, I would argue that Trump, at least, I can't speak for the whole MAGA party, but I can probably say a majority of that too, doesn't really care about Charlie Kirk in the way that they really say that they care about Charlie Kirk. Because if you did, then you would not be using his death as a way to win political points. If that makes sense, because I feel like that's what's happening.
Oh yeah, I mean, the old politician saying where it's like, never let a good tragedy go to waste.
And that's crazy if that's a real saying. I've never heard that before. But
oh yeah, I say it all the time.
But yeah, I just see immediately in the way that Trump, responded. Even his speech yesterday during his memorial service is like, bro, you should be here honoring and talking about this man and this man alone. This isn't the time to talk about the country. This isn't the time to talk about politics. This isn't the time to spew whatever rhetoric you want. Focus on how are we honoring this man tonight. And when I see that, I just instantly know, like, this is something that you're using to get yourself out of the news and put a different focus on you. And you're using it for that. Like, it just comes off disingenuous, man. Like, I don't see how anyone can hit that stage and talk about anything other than this was wrong. He was a good man. He believed in this. He believed in that. And we honor him tonight. And that's it. Why are we talking about all this extra shit? Just, again, makes it so disingenuous that you actually cared about him as a human being.
Yeah.
So, on that note, bro, I'm going to leave it there. If you have any final thoughts, you can definitely share them before we get up out of here. If you want to kind of contribute to, again, how you feel about Charlie Kirk in those circumstances.
Yeah, I think I just, in general, it's one thing, and I said this at the beginning, but it's one thing to say, like, I don't agree with Charlie Kirk's message. I don't agree with some of the things he said. Or you could say, I don't even agree with, his lifestyle or his, maybe you're not religious or whatever the case may be. But I think to be so disingenuous as to
Did I lose you again? I did. I actually did lose him this time. Hold on. I did. 1 second.
Hello.
Yeah, I lost you for a second, brother.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
But he was saying being disingenuous.
Yeah, but I think to be so disingenuous as to take some of the things he said out of context deliberately to try to paint him as somebody that he wasn't. Because I don't believe that he was a racist. I don't even believe that he was a homophobe. I mean, I do think if you were to ask him, and he even said this, was, if you were to ask me on a personal level, do I believe that marriage is between one man and one woman? Yes. But that doesn't mean that I hate those people or that I wish ill will, among those people. Um, you know, I think realistically, if you really listened to what Charlie was saying a lot of the time, he was very moderate. Um, he certainly was not a Nazi or anything like that people are trying to paint him as. Um, and I just think and I think that ties into, in general, I think our rhetoric around politics and just people in general has just gotten completely out of control. Um, to the point where not everybody you disagree with can be a Nazi. Not everybody you disagree with can be a homophobe or a racist or a communist or a
Fascists
fascist
or whatever.
or
Yeah.
whatever the case is, man. Sometimes you just agree to disagree and move on with your life. Like
Mm-hmm.
it just is what it is. You're not going to agree with everybody on everything, and I just get I get so tired of this constant, like, because I'm just as victim to this as anybody else is. So I start hearing things about somebody, and then I start to believe those things a little bit, and then but I'm one of those people, I'll go do the research. I want to know what they actually said or what they're actually doing that constitutes labeling them with such crazy
Oh, I'm the
labels.
same way, dude. I watch Fox News, I watch MSNBC, I watch CNN because the conversation is different on every platform, and
Yeah.
I want to know who's saying bullshit and who's saying things that actually make sense. And a lot of the times, I'm not gonna lie, man. A lot of the times, Fox News especially just comes off as this is our stance and we're not changing it. You know what I mean? Um, Whereas when I watch CNN and MSNBC, um, I feel like they tend to open up the dialogue more to more conversations, even if they may lean more liberal or to the left. I think that they try to be somewhat more. They try to be more fair than what comes out of Fox.
And see, I just think that they're both just ridiculous. I mean, you go on Fox News and it's like everything, the entire country is falling apart because of the left, and then on you go on CNN and it's like the entire country is falling apart because of the right, and it's like, what's the funny thing is that nobody's watching that shit anymore. Like
Oh, most of
like
my news consumption comes from satire. I'm not gonna lie, man. I watch all the late night shows from Stephen Colbert to John Oliver to Jon Stewart to Seth Meyers to Jimmy Fallon to Jimmy Kimmel, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Because it's just easier to consume the news.
yeah, and a lot of my news comes from like YouTube and podcasts, and you know I listen to a lot of different podcasts that are political. I've listened to the Steven Crowder show or the Young Turks, and what's funny is I was introduced to a lot of these people from the Joe Rogan podcast, and and they do the same thing to Joe Rogan, where they'll sit there and take little things out of his podcasts that he said, and then try to like turn it into Joe Rogan is some kind of white nationalist, like super crazy, like racist, and I'm just like, how? Like, he's literally like a Democrat. Like he calls himself a liberal, you know, and it's just so crazy that people are so susceptible to bullshit, and they just don't do any research on the subject. They just take whatever the talking point is of whoever they agree with politically, and that's it. That's all they need to do. Like they don't even consider taking the time to do their own like research at all.
Mm-hmm.
I get to the point where I just can't even talk to these people because they're so ingrained, they're so like indoctrinated with their right, their right leaning or left leaning bullshit that they can't even look past it. And if you're on the right and you think that there is nothing that the left does that's good, you're not a serious person. And it's the same
You're part of the
the
problem.
other way.
Yeah, you're a part of the
You
problem.
know,
Because
it's like you can't sit here and tell me that there is nothing that that person says or does that is beneficial at all.
yeah, no, I agree. I agree, man. At the end of the day, we all have to find more common ground and share in the, share in that common ground that we find, and speak about how we can make things better for all of us. Because everything that happens affects all of us at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So we just have to do better as a nation on that front, man. And again, I just watched Obama speak, but he's preaching the same thing. It's like, the way that we win, the way that we create change is to continue having conversations and to keep the violence out of those conversations. We can all agree to disagree. No politician is going to get it 100% right, even the ones that we put a lot of stock in. And also, too, I think that, politics has definitely gotten so glamorized to the point to where we look at these politicians like celebrities. You know what I mean? We treat them the same way that we treat celebrities, like they're gods. You know what I mean? And it's not the case. You know what I mean? They're just human beings, just like us. Celebrities are just human beings, just like us. You know what I mean? And we talked about that yesterday too on the show. They were at least trying to, without me, because I was somewhere else. But just simply that we put a lot of faith in people and not a lot of faith in God. And, again, I know we're supposed to be ending this thing, but that's what that whole conversation of country versus religion and what that really means and how much of religion should play a role in the country and in politics. And personally, I feel like no matter if the country was founded on Christianity, being that we are a nation that believes in, different religions and freedom of choice, you know what I mean? That we can't impose that will on everyone. If the majority agrees with it, great, but we have to still leave the door open for people to still practice and be proud of their belief system.
And see, even with that, it's like I don't even agree. Like, so that's that's another thing that Charlie always got in trouble for, because he would say America is not a democracy, right? And that's because, well, he's right. We're not. We are. If we were a straight up democracy, then that's just majority rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and you can see how quickly that could become a problem, because that's like saying you're with your 10 friends and you're riding your bike, and Billy wants your bike, so they put it up to a vote. Well, 6 of them vote that Billy gets the bike. Now you just lost your bike. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why it's important that we have that distinction of like, no, we have a set of inalienable rights. There is no voting those away. You can't vote away somebody's right to free speech. You can't vote away somebody's right to the Fifth Amendment, or vote away somebody's
right to exist. Like, those are things that, and that's where people come into the whole, America was founded on Christianity, because in order to have inalienable rights, there has to be a force that's greater than the government enforcing those, right? Because if you're just saying, well, the government says that we have these rights, well, then the government can take them away.
Mm-hmm.
But if you say, no,
These are
God
God-given
said
rights.
we have rights, then nobody can take them away,
Right.
And I think that's such an important distinction. And it's difficult because, that's like people every year, every time we have an election, we have this whole argument about the electoral college. And, like the first time Trump won, Clinton won the majority of the votes, but Trump won the electoral college. So Trump's not really he shouldn't really be the president because most of America didn't want him. But that's not how that works. Like, and there's a reason that that's not how that works, because where does the majority of America live? They live in LA, they live in New York, they live in Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, whatever the case may be. And so you could see how if we just relied solely on majority rule, then, well, how quickly would it be that LA, Chicago, New York gets all the resources while the rest of the country just rots?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what would happen. So that's why we have to have, Iowa has to have the same amount of say as California. And people don't like that. They're like, well, that's bullshit because more people live in California and land doesn't vote. That's the whole thing. They like to say that land doesn't vote. But it's like, it's not just land in Iowa. Like, there's human beings in Iowa that also have rights and also deserve to be represented on the governmental level in Washington. And for you to say they don't matter just because there's not enough of them there, like, that's the most anti-American shit you could say.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's, to me, it's very important that we discuss the fact that we do not live in a democracy, and that it's a good thing we do not live in a democracy, because it wouldn't work. Just the farmer or the rancher in Wyoming has different needs than the
Business
Wall
owner
Street guy.
and yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying for sure.
And that's just the truth of the matter. Now, does that mean that the guy in Wyoming, his needs should be met before the guy in New York City? No. It just means that they need to have equal footing.
I agree, man. I agree. I don't know how this country gets better, man, but I do know it's gonna take a lot more talking and patience, and that's why I, said the whole thing about the technology thing. I think at the pace of how the country is changing and evolving, we don't have the patience to sit through change happening. Like, we want the change to happen immediately, because we see people suffering and we don't want people to suffer. But like I said, I don't have the answers, man. I don't know how we get to a more perfect union. But I do know that it ain't in Make America Great Again. It ain't there. That is not how we get there. So I'm gonna leave it there, man. I appreciate you coming on and having this conversation. I hope it was just as good for you as it was for me. And man, you're welcome to come on anytime and share your thoughts, bro. You have a seat at the table whenever you want it. Whatever issues come up, because there's definitely sure to be a fallout. We have not seen the end of where this is all going, and so there's definitely gonna be plenty more things to talk about as we continue living life, man. So
yeah, for sure, I'll definitely come back. I mean, you and Reese are both, you guys both have a good level head on your shoulders, so I'm cool coming back anytime you guys want me to.
yes, sir. I definitely will keep that in mind. Until next time, brother. Have a good night. hug your babies, tell them that you love them, which I know you have already done. And I will see you on the other side, bro.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Peace.
Bye.
For those of y'all who have watched all the way through this, I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in, watching. Hopefully, again, there was some good things said. Hopefully, no one takes what we're trying to say out of context and make us seem like we're just horrible people. 'Cause that's not who we are. That is not what we're about. I think we all just care deeply about the betterment of all of us as a country, as countrymen and women. You know, we all understand that the world is in America, not just the world, but the world too. You know, we're all in a very critical state right now. But the way that we get through this is together. We don't get through this being divided. We need to be united. We need to be the true United States of America. And I think that we all have more in common than we have that sets us apart. But it's okay to embrace the differences. It's okay to embrace what sets us apart, but also know that we are, and being able to understand one another. Whether we agree or we disagree, we need to try to understand one another and to try to have an open mind to seeing things from the other side and not just writing it off because we don't agree. And it's a healthy way to do that. There's definitely a healthy way to have dialogue. So I encourage all of you to just continue, again, talking, have these conversations with friends and family. Don't be opposed to it. Be open into listening, be open into learning, be open to understanding. Just be open. Just be open. One American to another. Just be open to it all. And so all that being said, man, it's your boy Tommy, a.k.a. Mr. Trippin' on Wealth himself, a.k.a. Trip for you, a.k.a. Mr. Right Shot, a.k.a. Mr. Do It All for y'all, man. And this is really a podcast. It's really a podcast, though. It's been another episode. We appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thank you. If you haven't already, man, subscribe, hit that like button, share, follow. And until next time, y'all stay safe and stay blessed. God bless America.